Here we are. Cool. Hello and welcome to Penguin Live, where you have the best seat in the house for the best magic in the world. I'm your host, Dan Harlan. Thank you so much for supporting live magic. Now, if you like clear, straightforward, strong magic with a deck of playing cards, then you are in the right place. You're going to see stuff that is entertaining, amazing, and memorable from one of the finest teachers in all of magic. You know him as the author of the Card College series. That's the ultimate reference for anybody that's performing anything with cards. Now, the last time that he was here, he did magic that was more appropriate for a stand-up situation, but this time around, he's going to be performing close-up magic, and so we have pulled our studio audience in close to see everything in detail, and you're going to learn some stuff from a guy who is a master of the technical, psychological, and dramatic foundations of all of magic with a focus on cards. He also maintains a focus on artistic magic, so you're going to love the presentations. It's my great pleasure to welcome back a master of professional card magic. It's the guy who wrote the books himself, Roberto Giobbi.
Hey.
Roberto, it's great to see you again. How are you?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome everybody here in the studio. And of course, I'd like to welcome everybody who is watching from many parts of the world, I'm told, at very unusual hours sometimes. And the subject of today's lecture, as it was announced, is what I call a Card College session. So I've taken Card College as a sort of frame into which we're going to place discussions, performance of techniques, presentations, tricks, theories, and that's the idea. So before we start, I would like to take a few questions that normally are asked whenever I mention Card College and when somebody meets me for the first time. And so one thing I'd like to say that Card College was first written in German in 1992. That's when volumes 1 and 2 appeared. Then in 94, volumes 3 and 4, and a few years later, volume 5. So, and it was written in German. And some people say it's an encyclopedia, but it's not an encyclopedia, it's actually a course. The difference is an encyclopedia will be relatively easy to write, although it would take a lot of time, because you take everything which is known, you put it into alphabetical order, and then you explain it. That's what an encyclopedia does. But a course, that's something else. A course has to identify what is the first thing that somebody needs who gets into card magic, and then, and what are the problems that they will encounter, and what are the solutions you can offer, in every step. So just to illustrate this first part, I might have shown this in another context already, but this is the mind map I used for volume, and maybe the camera can come a little bit in here. You can see the volume 1 and 2, and this, which looks a little bit more amusing, I think, it actually was the size I used for Card College 3 and 4. So I did this by hand, which was really a lot of fun doing, and it took me many months to fill that out. And when I had this filled out, I had the book in my mind, and I only had to write it down. And as you can see, if you come a little bit closer, it consisted in identifying concepts like the deck switch, or the packet switch, or a single card switch. Then each would go into an effect bubble, sort of, and one in a technique bubble. And there I would select the techniques that I would think would solve most problems when you had to switch a packet or a card, etc. And then I would usually take 1, 2, sometimes even 3 tricks, which would put the techniques into context, right? And so that was, so volume 1 and 2 were planned to be one book until when my wife Barbara, who did all the illustrations, for which she deserves a big thank you from me and from everybody, I think. We went to the printers, and the printer said, well, this is 550 pages. You can kill somebody with that book. Why don't you do it in 2 books? And that's why you get volume 1 and 2. So if you have one, get yourself too, not because I want to sell you a second book, but because this is the first volume. It's volume 1 and 2, belongs together. It has the basis of what I think is card magic, and at the end it has 100 pages of theoretical, 7 theoretical chapters, right? So what we're doing today is I've picked a dozen chapters, subjects from the first 4 volumes, and some things I have found meanwhile, because over 20 years have gone past, after all. I have, after 18 years, produced a DVD set, which is 4 sets of DVDs. It's an 8-hour course called Card College 1 and 2 Personal Instruction. There I have caught up with a few of the new things. But here we will have the great privilege, and that's, you know, that this is an important idea of this kind of lectures. You can tweet in questions, because it will be impossible for me to go into all the subjects I'm talking about. Yes, I could use a week for every subject. So tweet in, Dan Harlan will get the tweets, and he will either collect them at the end if they are not relevant for the moment, or we will answer them as we go. Great, good. So why don't we start? Let me get this aside. I have my iPad here to see that I don't forget anything. Oh, I should mention this one. This is something which I've discovered much later. It's a mind map which I did with Simple Mind. I think I mentioned that already in my first Penguin lecture. I'll just repeat this because we might have a few newcomers. So Simple Mind will allow you to do this. This is a 3-hour lecture I did on card controls. Right? So it's that we have shown. Good. Well, if you are ready then, let's start with an apparently very basic subject, which is false cuts. Yes, false cuts. And behind outward simplicity always hides great complexity. And I found that after writing the Card College, actually only a few years ago, that there really are 4 categories of false cuts. There are the false cuts in the hand. So it happened in the hand. That's the first category. Second category is a false cut, or cuts in general, I say, from the hand to the table. Yeah. Then there are the cuts on the table, the third category. And the fourth category is cuts from the table to the hand. So this is a little taxonomy which is interesting, because there are situations where the cards need to stay in the hand. There are situations where you want to have the cards and bring them to the hand. So it's convenient to realize that there are different kinds of false cuts that will do the job in a more efficient, economic, and thereby elegant manner. So let me just give you a few things, a few ideas, handlings that were not in the Card College books, and I think not even in the Card College DVDs. And one of the handlings we most often use is what we call the swing cut, right? We all do that. This is very practical, because you can incorporate a false cut into that. So that's the real cut, that's a false cut. And what it is, if it emulates, of course, what I call the gestalt, that's the visual form of a movement, of a set of movement. It's like a sentence has a gestalt, like a set of action has a gestalt, the form. So this is the gestalt we are imitating. And look, it looks almost the same whether you do this really or whether you go like this. So you lift up, and when you bring your thumb down, you hit the outer left corner of the lower packet, and you do the exact same movement. That's important. And in order for the body, the hands, to remember the movements, you have to do the normal, you get the sort of memory, motoric memory, which will, so it will need a few days of practice. You do the real thing, and now you do the false thing, and it's very convincing. Yes, I think. Does it look good? Yeah. Of course, there are other ones. Again, I don't want to go too much into dissertation of that. A classic, is of course doing the classic pass. But I never like that. Even if you can do the pass faster, I mean, I prefer this kind of cut. Now the second one, another idea for the cut on the table is, I had this in Card College, and many magicians read that, they loved that very much, until I myself had to find out, it was my dear friend Yves Carbonnier, so he's going to watch that, a legal or illegal copy, I don't know, but so he mentioned to me, it's not so natural to do this, which is, later I learned that Bobby Bernard's false cut apparently, and he's absolutely right, it's much better to do that. So we do a swing cut, and then go with the lower packet. So the way to really make a deceptive cut is to think about how would I normally cut, this is the normal cut, and now do the swing cut and get into the same gestalt. Now I added a little thing, which is, let me show you the top card here, in this case a 2 of spades. I added a little thing, which is this. Look how natural this looks. Is that a false cut? Yes, it is. It's back here. So it's what I call actus interruptus, which is a concept that is polyvalent. It can, and that's the interesting thing, I hope, about this lecture. I will very often talk about what are concepts. So I open doors and windows which allow to solve other problems as well, not only the specific ones. That's I think, what should be interesting in a lecture, not only to talk about the fish, but about fishing. And that's what I try to do here. So this actus interruptus is, instead of going and doing the false cut, you pause, because maybe you say to a spectator, come a little bit closer. You move something apart. You turn something over. And now you retain a break. And you just go like that. And it's very deceptive. You go like this, because you're sort of going back on your own timeline and erasing the memory of a moment. Michael Weber, when he saw that, he said, oh, Roberto, that's a very good, you were erasing a part of what you did. So I'm using this idea. You're going back on the timeline and you're erasing back some of it. So that's very, very useful. On the table, I mean, you know a lot. If you don't, you can find this in the literature. Card College Volume 2 has a whole chapter just on all this type of false cut, of which I very much like Diverance cold deck cut, which is on the DVDs, it's in the book. It's very, just briefly mention it again. What is really convincing with this cut, it looks as if you're pulling out cards from the center and then you're giving it one final cut. So again, we have the 2 here. So you can watch this in slow motion at home on camera, so you don't need to go too lengthy an explanation. Just do it once more. You go like this, then go back like this. Now keep a break beneath these 2/3 and that one. The good way to do it is to come at an angle. So you don't do this. You come at an angle, and then you close the gap. You can see this, I think, like this. You close the gap, and you have the fleshy part of the left thumb going into the break, and you can now give it another square up, transfer the break to the right thumb, and now instead of cutting directly at the break, you slide the whole deck forward, and you cut at the break, yeah, and then you go to the cut. Yes. And of course, the last category, which is from the table to the hut, for instance, a very good one. It's been associated with J-Ose. You go like this. This is a very good one, and due to the fact that you have 3 times. Now, this was just some examples for each of the 4 categories. Now we can put the 4 categories together and create a false cut, which I call the taxonomy, but that's what it is. It's a little taxonomy which puts an order into the false cutting concept and gives it a name. So what's in science you call taxonomy. I said the taxonomy of cuts, false cut. Okay, and that you teach that to the audience. You say, after you've done a false shuffle or whatever, you say, and now we're going to let's cut the pack. Of course, there are 4 ways to cut a deck. Now, one is you cut them in the hands, right? You cut them in the hands. Second is from the hand to the table. The third is on the table itself. And the last is from the table to the hand. So you've done what is really all real cuts that eliminate each other. Huh? So I think that if I do this a simple way, I did it with triple cuts, but I start the explanation with a simple cut. You do a simple cut, that's a real cut, but you keep a break. Then you say, we're going to cut it on the table. Now you uncut the cut, right? So now here you do any type of tabled false cut. I like to do a triple cut here because it introduces a little complexity, but it's really only a cut, a normal cut, and I have the break. And then I go and do this and cut again, and I'm back at the beginning. And if you want to make it a little bit more deceptive even, instead of doing a normal cut, we do a triple cut. So it's 1, 2, keep a break, 3, keep a break. So I'm keeping 2 breaks really here. Can we see that? Which is very easy because they have to be held only momentarily. Immediately I can go 1, 2, and here I like to put a break. You know, rather than going ba, 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 go ba, ba, say something. Shuffling is good, cutting is better. And then go like that. That's more deceptive. And then leave, leave the packets unsquared, because the moment you square, the audience is reminded of the fact that the packets were cut. And then here I do the divergence for called the cut, go like this, keep the break. Wait a minute, do a transfer of the break, you know, so it's a little bit more deceptive, and then go like this, and go like that, and I have the deck as before, right? So I stop here the cutting, I cut the cutting section, and if you have questions on this subject, which is really very big, please tweet us in, and we're happy to treat that, maybe in the second part when we, Dan,
we have one that has come in right away. Can you demonstrate the S-shaped motion described in the single-tabled false cut 1?
The what?
The S-shaped motion that was described in the single-tabled false cut number 1, if that makes any sense.
Oh, okay. But that's another one. I think that's this one, right? That's probably referring to the false cut in Card College Volume 1, right? Which is this one, which is a good one, you know. So it's probably this one. Oh, or maybe he's referring to, we need closer, more precise directions, but I think maybe it was this one. You know, I have this cut which looks like this is a normal cut, and this is like the false cut. You know, so this is so you have this, you lift this up, you do this S movement. So this is emulating sort of this cut. This is a real cut, this is the false cut. Maybe meant that.
Yeah, I think so. And that's I got to just interject that I used to work in a one-deck game as the mechanic, and my cut man, he used that one. That's the one that flies in games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But this one, in a game, you have to take in your hand. Normally, in a game, you have it on the table.
But that's the thing, you just pass it to him. That's what he did.
He would do that.
That's
right.
And then pass
absolutely,
it back.
Yes.
Yep.
Because it emulates perfectly the gestalt, and it's the sound and everything. And of course, you look at the audience, there is a misdirection. Of course, it's a question, say, did everybody put in the pot, or you drop something, or the cigarette? There is always a kind of, you know, what they call shade. There's a misdirection built in. You never put the heat on the execution of the slide. Okay, now this said, let's keep the false cut for either for later or for at the end, because we'd like to go now to a first piece of magic. Yes, to illustrate some more technical ideas. Now let me ask you a question. Who believes? Who has better intuition, men or women? Well, we only have a lady here in the audience, so you're in a minority in a way. But what do the gentlemen think here? Who believes women have a better intuition than men? Even the men believe that. Look at that. And you yourself do. Yeah. What's your name, please?
Victoria.
Victoria. The victory. Victoria.
Yes.
Very nice. Roberto, piacere. Now look, Victoria. If I was asking you just by intuition to tell just the color, not the suit or the identity of the card, just the color of the top card, and you did, this gentleman over here would think, marked cards. Roberto Giobbi using marked cards. If I had known that, I would not have come. No, it's not. It's not. It's not marked. Not marked card. So, but if you cut the deck yourself, give it a cut. Now, would you, for instance, would you know, let's say, the third card from because even if the cards are marked, you could see the top, but the third card, in this case, let's see what it is. In this case, it's a red card, okay? In this case, a red card. But what would you say is the color of the third card?
Oh.
Red or black? Black?
Yeah.
Well, we have 1, 2, black. You see? Well, that's because women have a very good intuition. I mean, yeah, they think Joey says it's 50-50. It's not true. It's 100%. What do you think, Victoria? Is it red or black?
Red.
You think it's red? Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, red. They always get it. It's true. again, because 3 times.
Red.
Red? Okay, let's see. 1, 2, red. Correct. Now the men never get it. Jacob, for instance, you're a man. I'm sorry, but which is an advantage in many situations, but in this is not. What do you think? It's red or black?
It's black.
You think it's black? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. No, it's red. You see? Show him. What do you think is the red? Is the third?
This one's black now.
It's black. Let's see. 1, 2. It's black. You see? Jacob, now that you know how to do it, what do you think? What is the color of the red or black?
Red.
You think it's red. Let's see. 1, 2. No, it's black. You see? You always get it wrong. It's incredible. Well, of course, this is. Let's go one step further with this intuition thing, of course. Now, the intuition can be coupled with a long time practice and a long time you spend with the cards. I will spend a long time. So, for instance, what's your name? Phil. Your name?
Phil.
Phil. Yes, I signed your book. Yes, I should have remembered. Good. Phil, can you give these cards? A good riffle shuffle? Yes. Very good. Oh, professional. Very good. Volume 1, chapter 17. Yes. And give it a cut. Good. Excellent. So now the cards, of course, have been shuffled. They've been cut. Well, we used them all the time before. Anyway, so how are the cards now? They are together. Some cards 3 through 3, 1 by 1. Here we have 4 together, right, Victoria? So it's all. Now there's something which is very strange, and I've only found recently. After almost 40 years of handling cards every day, I started at age 14, and now I'm 55. So that's 41 years, correct? Strange things happen. I can sense the color of each card with the fingertip alone, even if the deck was shuffled and cut and everything. Yes, and maybe you think at home, oh, he has, after all, marked cards. So I go underneath the table. There's nothing under the table here. No assistance. Stop kicking here. No, it's not. It's nobody here. So I go underneath the table. Look, and I can always pick up a red and a black card. I'm very sure I always have the reds, like in politics, yes? The reds on the left and the right, the blacks on the right, yes. So I go again. I go, yeah. Yes, I have it. I'm sure. It's always, you see? I mean, although you shuffled, yes, it doesn't matter. No, look, I have it. I try again. This is more difficult here. Look at yeah. Look, oops, drop the card. Then, so a red and the other one was black. I should try again. Yes. Oh, no, this is 2 blacks. Yes, this. Okay, I have these again. Look. So. It's incredible, yes. Again, I shall. No, it's just by the touch alone. Yes, I got it, red and black. Now, yes, that's the way it is. But let me go one step further, do it even more difficult. How many cards are left now? I don't know how many. I'm not going to count them, but I'm going to put them into 2 packets. Now, can I ask this gentleman, what's your name, sir? Jamie, I make 2 packets. Now, you can choose one for yourself, and the other one we are going to put aside. So you can say, which one do you want for yourself?
I'll take
this one or that one?
My left.
This one? Shall we use that?
Yeah.
Shall I use that? This? Yes?
I think so.
Yes? Good. So we don't want that. Let's see. Well, probably we have a good mix. Let's see. Let me take a witness card, which is a red card, and the black card over here, which is a... now, I don't know how many. I mean, the rest of the cards, of course, are left here. However, we don't know, because of the shuffle and everything, in what order, if there are 3 or 3 or 4 or 4. I will try with my own intuition now. I think the first one is a red one. I'm going to put it here with the witness card. This is a red one. This is a red one. No, wait. This is a black one. Correct? Yes, and here. This is a black one. This is a black one. I think this is a red one. It's a black one. This is a red one. A black one. A red one. A black one. A red one. A black. No. This is a black. Yes, black. Did I say black? Did I?
Yeah, Roberto.
I missed. I said black.
Yeah.
Did I do this wrong?
Yes.
Before? I said it correctly, but I
said
put
it
it on the
correct,
right side. Okay. Oh. So I have to put this back. How was
the
that?
The last 5 there, I think.
Was that?
They
were all. That was correct, wasn't it?
You said them right, but you were
Yes,
dealing
I
them to
said
the wrong
them
place.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you put them in the wrong.
I put them in the wrong thing. Look at that. Well, was that also? Oh, look at that. But I got them all right. Yes. Okay. Well, let me see. This one is red. This one is red. This one is black. I said black. Yes. That's black. Yes. It's red. Red. This one is black. I'm sure. Both are black. Did I? Oh yes. Look at that. There's rat. There's rat. I got this. This I got all right. Look at these. I got this all right. And here I said them correctly. Maybe I said them. Yeah, I said them. But I said them correctly. Good. Oh, good. Very good. But I said them correctly, but I put them on the wrong side. Okay, very good. Well, I laugh because there is, of course, there's a trick. Yes, and the trick is, I come from Basel, I come Basel in Switzerland, which is headquarter of many of the chemical industries. Yes. So it's not really intuition what I use for this. I have a special medication I take, and yes, and I don't know whether it's Intuiniagra. It's called Intuiniagra, and it makes your intuition grow. And so, if you like, we have 2 gentlemen maybe trying that. Yes, you don't know. Let's see. Here is, if you take the product, it has a mint flavor. You like mint? You like mint? It has a mint flavor. If you take that for about 3 minutes, you can use whatever you do, your intuition is correct. I used to do it longer, but then, that was the last crash at the stock exchange, and it's very bad. So I have a new product with limited just 3 minutes. So would you like to try? Let me put your hand. Well, you can take 3. That's okay. Yeah. But don't take 3. Just take 1. No, because last time somebody took 2. He had 2. Yeah, very bad. Let me see. So which one? Or what's your name, sir? Steve. Steve. Would you like the red cards or the black cards? What do you fancy rather?
I'll take red.
Red cards. So you put a witness card here. Red. 7 of hearts is good. Mm-hmm. Yes. That's your red card. And then your name, sir?
Mark.
Martin. Martin.
Mark.
Mark. Yes. Mark. You will have the black cards, I'm afraid. You can't choose. So we give any of these, okay? So you have the red. Now let me see. I'm going to give you a bunch of cards, and you can shuffle them. But don't look at them. Just shuffle them. Just shuffle them. And I'm going to give you another bunch of cards. Let's see. Maybe not the whole day. I'm going to keep. So we don't know exactly how many that there are, but you can shuffle them. Go ahead. Just shuffle them. Now, of course, you don't know how many you have, you don't know how many blacks normally you would have. I mean, don't look at them, because otherwise you will be influenced, But I'm just showing you with mine. Normally you would have a more or less statistically, we hope, good, relatively good distribution. So here's the idea. Shuffle the cards once again. Yes. And I'll take the first card. And since you choose if you think it's red, and you take the first card, if you think it's black, you put it here. If you think it's not your color, discard it face down here. You come a little bit closer with your chairs. Yes, very good. There you are. And if you think it's red, you put it there. If you don't think it, you put it there. Okay, you discard it. Good. Yes.
With all of them?
Yeah, well, wait, but slowly, because you have to use the intuition. Yes, very good, very good. You have it here, yeah. You go it here, yeah. Well, you, for instance, it's good that you discarded this one, you know. This one, though, I would stay. It's better, yes. Yeah, very good. Yes, very good. Oh, look, this is another one. Good, you discarded that one, because that would have been totally wrong. Yes, good. You want to keep that? Good. How is that? You want to... Okay, let's go back. We don't know. You sure?
I think so.
Huh. Well, we don't know. Look, if I had to do it, it would have been difficult. Let's see here. Well, you also have a good mix here. I mean, statistically, you will get like 50. I mean, if you hadn't taken the medication, you know, you would have got. May I?
Sure.
Yes. So, okay. You see, here we are. You get 50% right anyway. You know, I mean, without anything. But you got a little bit more, which is good. Even got 70, which this is, I mean, 70, 85. But 85, you're already, you know, you can get to Duke University. And well, I'm very happy that you got everything. It's amazing. Don't laugh. You're as good. You look, because they are all. You got everything and everything. And you shuffled so well at the beginning. Let's give these gentlemen a nice round of applause. Which proves, of course, that you can have an intuition if you are a woman, but if you take the correct medication, it will work with men too. Okay, there you are. So let's now rewind and go back. This was a little routine that incorporated several concepts I'd like to discuss here. And of course, you might be aware of the working principle, which you should if you've been into magic for a while. We have to thank Mr. Norman Gilbreth for a principle we named after him, or he named it after him. It's the Gilbreth principle. Now, the Gilbreth principle says, and let me show just with 4 blacks and 4 reds, that if the order of the cards is alternating like this, right? That will be the whole deck. In this case, we just take. And you do a riffle shuffle. Yes? And we will see about any type of riffle. It doesn't matter how they are shuffled. That there will never be more than 2 cards next to each other of the same color. As you can see, they're little now on a small amount, but never more than 2. As a consequence, this means that if you take 2 cards, you will always provide the top and the bottom card of the same color. We're going to look at it in just an instant with the whole deck. Then these must be a black and a red card. These must be a black. You don't know whether the top or the bottom one is red or black, but you know, always. Now, as a consequence, this also means that if this card goes and is black, you know automatically that the other one is red, which we will be using in the third part of the trick, right? Or the second part of the trick. Okay. So let's go back. So we start with a deck in red-black order. You can start this to begin with. You can actually, I had this already in red-black order, and while I did my whole first part, which was all false cuts, the order had been retained, right? The order has been retained, but of course, since we were handling cards all the time, nobody probably thought to begin with that they had a stacked deck, correct? Please say yes. Good, thank you. So now, and then of course you introduce it or you do a deck switch. I'm told there is a person who has written a whole book just about deck switches, which I think is a crazy thing to do. Yeah, so the art of switching decks. So you can take any one of these methods to switch a deck at any time. But let me just give as a part of this little discussion here a simple trick, which will intrigue you if you don't know it. How you can arrange a deck into black and red from a shuffle deck while doing, let's say, a curious trick. Right? It's not a big trick, it's a small trick, but it's a nice way to enter it. So it's a sort of prologue. So I ask you to shuffle the cards thoroughly. Give them a thorough shuffle, whichever kind you like. Give them a cut to make sure. No false cut, no false shuffles. You can't see him, but he's shuffling the cards. Good. I'm a witness. You can believe me. Good? You're happy? Good. Now, please cut off less. Why don't you take the chair and come a little bit closer? Yes. Cut off less than half the deck from the top. Less than half. A bit less. Well, it's up to you, but yeah, less than half. Now, would you count the cards on the table for yourself? Good. You have 18 cards, yeah? But you would not know how many reds and blacks. No idea. You wouldn't know in what order. Shuffle them again just in case you think he must have rearranged them with a false countdown cull, which does not yet exist, but, you know, maybe Leonard Green could do that, you know. Okay, now, I'm going to just by waving my hand over the cards, I know how many reds and how many blacks we have. And you can choose which ones you want. Do you want the reds for yourself, or you want the blacks for yourself?
I'll take the black card.
You take the blacks. Yes, you take the blacks for yourself. So I have exactly 8 red cards more than you have blacks. Let me take out the red cards here, just to make... So I repeat my statement. I have exactly 8 red cards more than you have blacks. And you've chosen the blacks. Look, there are no reds here. So let's see. Count with me how many reds. I have exactly 8 red cards more than you have blacks. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ah! Look at that. And I have said I have 8 cards, so you have 10 blacks. Not more, not less, exactly 10. Go ahead. 1, 2, 3. Loud. 6,
7, 8, 9, 10.
10. Exactly 10. That's what I said. There you are. Which is quite incredible. I mean, you shuffle the cards and everything. There's no way of knowing that. I mean, and still. Yes, well, that's amazing, isn't it? So, and now I would repeat this again, maybe in a little slightly different way. But here is the idea then. Now the cards can be shuffled. I can shuffle them again. No Zaro, of course. And no strip. It's the real running cuts, you agree? Yes, the true cuts. No false cuts. Correct? You're the expert in cuts, yes? Yeah. Good. Still, we're going to look at that. We have the reds and the blacks separated, which we can now interlace with the Pharaoh shuffle. Okay? Good. So let's have a quick look at this trick. I think it's an intriguing trick. It's not a super trick, and it's very important in magic, of course, to know what are the very good and big tricks and to use them either as an opener or as a finale, yeah, or you can use them in the right place. And what to know, and also to know what are the smaller tricks. You know, like in a 7-course gourmet meal, you don't have all main courses. Yes, you have a main course, you have a dessert, you have a stuff, but then you have a little soup. You may have a amuse-bouche. You have a friandise at the end. These are smaller things which are also interesting and important for the whole experience. And of course, a performance is a whole experience. So the small tricks do have their place, provided we know the place they have in the whole construction. Now here, of course, it's an intriguing bit, because I can now go to the part which I'm going to explain in just a few minutes, where I start with, well, this of course, was an intuition thing. By the way, what do you think? Do men or women have a better intuition? And I start to interact with the audience and get into the other routine. Now, let me just briefly show here, which is a very interesting concept. I published this. Let me see here. I have my iPad has a bad memory, but I published this in the August issue of Genie 2013. So I've had for the past 12 years a column which is called the Genie Session. And I recommend if you don't subscribe to a magazine, it's a very good idea to do that because you will find things in books, magazine, which you don't find in chat forums on YouTube or on other things. Yes, it's usually top professionals writing in very interesting articles, essays. So, and if you don't have a magazine, there are several very good ones. But since I'm the columnist of Genie, I recommend Genie. And this was in 3 articles, 3 essays, starting in August 2013. Now, this is I gave it a name because it didn't have a name, the red-black complement principle. The red-black complement principle. And here it is. So the deck is shuffled, and that will surprise you now. Whatever spectator cuts off, let's assume he cuts off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 cards. All I have to know to calculate is difference to 26 because I have 52 cards, which means I had 26 reds and 26 blacks. Now, for all the cards that are red and are in one part, the complement of that in black has to be in the other part. It's easy to understand if you take 26, 26. Yeah? If you have, let's say, 20 red cards in one part, you automatically have to have 20 black cards in the other one because the remaining to 26 will be black cards. It will be 20 red cards and 6 black cards, which means that in the other half there are vice versa, right? Good. Now, if you don't have exactly the half, you just calculate the difference. 17, the difference is 9. So I know I have 9 cards more of any of the color. And what deceives is that he can freely choose. It doesn't matter if he says red or black. If he says black, I have exactly 9 red cards more than you have black cards. And if he says red, I say the same thing with black. That's interesting. So now, this can be confusing. Yes, this is a trick where you have to very carefully think about how to say things and how to proceed in the proof. Very important. And there are 3 parts. The first one is the statement. It must be very clear that he shuffled the cards and that he choose. Sometimes I even say, would you like to put a few cards back or take a few cards more? So really, it's absolutely clear. There's no way I can. Now comes, in the theatrical sense, the effect. I say, I know exactly how many reds and black cards on these. This is a statement saying it's impossible. You can't know that. Yes? So you say blacks, and I say I have exactly that. The difference was a 9. 9 black cards more than you have red cards. Now, in order to save time at the end, I have found the best thing is to take out the black cards in case, let's assume you said red, okay? Take out the black cards very quickly. Of course, you look at the audience, you say something, and you repeat the statement. Take them out, briefly show that they are not here, because otherwise, if not sure, they say, put them aside. And now comes the second part, very important. These cards must be counted. Now, I found whenever counting cards, rather than going like this, which we would intuitively do, because we want this to be fast, it's very important to be clear. It's much better to drop them. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, make a small pause at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I said exactly 9 more, so you must have, and I let a little moment, you say 8. Yes? 8 plus 7 is 17. So you must have 8. And of course he takes that and then he counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I emphasize exactly 8, to this. And it happens. And of course, this is a reaction. People start to discuss. Maybe they applaud. And that's the moment I know I have the reds here. I can take these. I can also take these first, if I wanted to. Now, there are different ways you can proceed. We can, of course, here just introduce these into the red part. I can, if I have a little substantial packet, riffle shuffle these here in, or I could do I can do a Zara shuffle here in, or something. So I'm ending up with red and black cards. That's the issue. Now, let me go to the next step before we go into the routine I showed you. There are various interesting techniques to keep the reds and blacks separated. Card College Volume 2 has Volume 3 has a riffle shuffle chapter, and there's a very, very good red and black shuffle by Di Vernon in it. There are so many. In Gene Hugott's Hugott's Magic Monthly, there was a whole run of a year, I think by Martin Gardner. You can search this on the internet. It's very easy to find, red and black false shuffles. What I use a lot is, I think it's now credited to, it was called the Ireland red and black shuffle. You all know that probably. That's when you shuffle, then when you come towards the center, you peel the cards individually until you're sure that you've gone past the middle point and go like that. Actually, we found out this Charles Jordan had this idea already. There's a little thing, look at that, while talking, I even get out of there. In order to avoid that, I found, this is in Card College 5, I found it's a good idea to take a break a little above midpoint. Just estimate a little bit above midpoint. Now I know I have like 2 or maximum 3 cards of the other color, yeah, more or less. Which means that if I keep the break, I can now do, in one shuffle movement, half of the cards above the break. Second shuffle movement, I throw. Then I shuffle off like 7 or 8, just to be sure. And then I can throw the rest or even cut it inside. So it makes it smoother, right? Otherwise you have to, depends on your style of performance. If you're Tamarays, you can do shuffle, 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 shuffle. You know, you can of course run a long portion of the deck. But if you're doing what most of us do, like innocent card handling, I will call it, natural card handling, sort of, yeah, then that's a good thing to do. So we just get the break a little bit above the middle. Just the good way to estimate that is to lift the deck at elevated dealing position. If you do this like this, it's hard to estimate, right? If you put it like that, now if I turn around, you can see, if I do it like that, you can see the inner end of the deck. It's much easier to cut to, right? Okay. And the other one I showed you, I think I've published that for the first time in Secret Agenda. Secret Agenda is the book which came out in 2012, I think, and it had for every day of the year an idea, a technique, or whatever. And that's in there. And here's how it goes. There are 2 shuffles that allow the red and black separation to be retained in a very elegant manner. One is the Zara shuffle, the other one is the push through with block transfer. So if you do a Zara shuffle, just cut off less than half. Let me exaggerate here, really considerably less. Now I do have here quite a big slug of black cards. And they're black. So all I need to do is do Zara it somewhere in there. So there's no slip cuts, no previous block transfers. You can just do that, and you go in, and you're there. You know, so that's very nice. And the other one you can do is Vernon's Triumph Shuffle. It's the Stars of Magic, one of the 20, maybe 20 best books that have ever been written on close-up and parlor magic. And there are some of the best materials of Vernon. And one is the Triumph, which I consider to be one of the 10 best card tricks ever. And the shuffle there, I remind you, is done this way. Instead of doing a real push-through, you just shuffle the cards with 1 or 2. In this case, it doesn't matter. You have to be at least into the black block, right? Now, instead of doing a push-through, when you arrive here, what happens is just sliding the whole section, you know, which has over, automatically the block which was left on top is slit over here, and if you pull that all out, Yeah? You have all the black cards back, and maybe there are a few here black. It doesn't matter, because now, in order to hide the strip out, you go into a real running cut. Okay. So now we have two shuffles. Now we combine this with an idea by Erdnase, which was the bottom stock control. Let me just do half the deck so I don't have to. Erdnase had a beautiful bottom stock control. Let me show you just with two aces, which went like that. You would really cut the cards, then you would really shuffle the cards. You know, you would really cut again. You would really shuffle. Everything was really done, and nonetheless, the bottom stock was retained. Brilliant idea. 1902, Erdnase. It's back in Card College with further comments and applications. And what it is that you can combine a running cut until you reach the stock, keep a break, go again into the running cut, which really shuffles the deck except the bottom stock, which has been brought to top and then back to bottom. Now you combine this with a riffle shuffle where you drop the first few cards. And now you combine this with only running, cutting half the pack, keeping a break, and doing the riffle shuffle here, right? So now I thought, if the bottom stock was not just the 4 aces, but 26 cards, could that be done also? Yes, it can. So that's how I came about with that false shuffle. Now consider this to be the bottom stock. I do start the running cut before, which still, you still can do it 5, 6 times. And now I stop because I'm probably like within 5 or 6 cards within the top. Look at that, even more. Huh? And now I can do one of two things. Either I can do here, I do a Zara shuffle. Immediately I can show it's squared and can immediately start another running cut. And now instead of a Zara shuffle, I do the simple push through. Vernon's Triumph shuffle. Again, this is the situation here. Yes? So we do this. Now this fools even people who are into the know, because they thought, oh, he's doing a Zaro. Now you're doing this and you're not doing a Zaro. And then they might think, oh, he's doing a push through. But of course they can see that this is a real cut. Or they say he does a phenomenal false cut. Either way. And at the end, you're left with the red-black separation. Good? Yeah? Now, once you're here, of course, it's an easy matter, and we will talk in a separate little chapter about the Vara shuffle. Let me see if we bent a few cards here in the demonstration. If you can get a decent Vara shuffle here, we can. Okay, so now we have the red-black separation, and that's where we go into this next routine. I have described this also in one of my Genie columns. I'm not exactly sure in which one, but again, it's the year 2013 or the end of 2012. And let me just give you a quick run through here. The 4 routines or the 4 tricks are tied together with a plot, which is intuition in its different forms. And at the beginning, I put the women a little bit against the men. This is always a little bit interesting. It intrigues. But at the end, the men which at the beginning are not successful, right? Remember, at the beginning, it's just the woman is. At the end, the 2 men are successful because they can separate the cards. So they're happy again. Everything is happy end. Good, in a way. So the first part is Vernon's, the third color. And you find it in Stephen Minch, Vernon's Chronicles, Volume 2. It's straight out of there. It's a wonderful little trick to start any red and black trick. First of all, it's really intriguing. It's communicative. It pulls people in. It's a nice prologue. And also, it gives the impression that the deck is being haphazardly handled. And you don't realize, although I show it, that the cards are in red-black order. So the way to do it is this. after asking, or would you, please, Victoria, would you help me? What do you think is the third color? Here it would be a red. Now there are two situations. Either she's right, because the third color will now be, since they are all alternating, black. It's the contrary of the last card you see. Very easy. So if she says black, I just count 1, 2, 3, and show the third. There are different ways of doing it. Sometimes I will deal the cards face up. Sometimes I will do this and then put that, and sometimes I will just do this. So 3 different ways to camouflage the red-black order. And it's a sort of this, I call it attentional blindness. It's the neuro scientists call it inattentional blindness. But I think it's not a good term, because you don't see it. That's the gorilla experiment most of you might have seen. The reason why you don't see it is not that you are not attentive. It's not inattentive blind. It's because you're attentive to something else. So it's this attentiveness to something which makes people look at it. Like, how many fingers you see? 3. No, you see 5. Because the others say 2, you see 2. Yes? Yes? That's a sort of attentional blindness. You're paying attention. You don't see the other thing. You form another reality. And this happens here. So what do I do if she says the wrong color? So let's say she says black. It's not good, because I need her to have a red. So there are various strategies to use here. You can do any kind of false deal, second deal, bottom deal, but we keep this as easy as we can. As Albert Einstein used to say, everything has to be done as easy as simple. He did not easy, as simple as possible, but not any simpler. Not any simpler. So we keep the simple, but not too simple. What I do is I can either do a double deal on any card, in the first or the second, and a double deal is just by pushing over 2, hitting with the ring finger the 2 cards, and now you seize them with a 3-point pinch grip, like this, ring finger, forefinger, thumb, and it doesn't need to be perfect. The double deal, even if it's not perfect, you can't see it in the movement. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. There is even a better way, which I use, because as a professional, you try to take as little risk as possible. Actually, my good friend Dennis Baer reminded me of what I said. I said, a professional doesn't take risk, he takes breaks. So I take a break by asking Victoria, what do you think? And I deal for 2 cards, what is the third? And when I replace that, I take a break on the 2. Now, it's very easy to just push over. I mean, just a light push over will give me 2. So if she says black, I go like here, but I look here, and then I turn that over, and it's black. And the same thing, of course, with the man. Now it's a question of going back and forth a few times, and not too long, but long enough to make it interesting. Now the nice thing here is when I dribble this off, this is still in red-black order. In comes Mr. Gilbreth. Now, of course, I can do any kind of false shufflers. There are the whole chapter on false shufflers in card college, of the overhand type. I can do, if I like, this one is also in card. This is a very efficient and safe cut. I think I attributed this to Marlowe. I think it's even earlier. Look at how elegant and simple this is, and it's really no risk in here. It's none of these fancy where you have to you're taking risk. This is no risk at all. Just riffle off a few cards, mesh the rest, drop the last, and really tap them on the table, and it's really a big telescoped situation. And this part of the hand covers that, this part covers it, and you can cut them in, and you have. So that's a very efficient. But what makes this good is that immediately you can let the spectator, you shuffle, you know. So he will now give it a real riffle shuffle. Yeah, this will, and you can do the Paul Curry thing, which Tamarace invented independently, but Paul Curry had this already. You know, you go like this, and then have him cut. And what this does, you can now recall the fact, you say, so we have a well shuffled and cut deck, and you do your motions again, and people go back on the timeline, and their memory is that deck was really shuffled by me and by him, and it was cut. And there's really no way a person can reconstruct this moment. I mean, unless he knows the tricks. Now, we come to the Gilbert thing. In order for me to know with absolute certainty that every pair is a black and a red, the top and the bottom card need to be the same color. Now, there are various ways of doing that. You could do this before you give him the packets for shuffling, but then you have to separate the deck with a red and a black card with contrasting colors to begin with, which I don't like to do. I prefer to give him the deck and he can shuffle. Now he can cut as many times as he likes. Now when I say, of course, the cards are now I look. In this particular case, you see, is the red and the black. So I need to separate a pair. So there are various ways. I give you two options to do this. Always many. But I get two options. One is this. While showing the cards, I will miscall. I will say, look, there are 1, 1, 2, and 2. Here are even 4 and 3. You know, and I go, even 4 and 3. And usually the audience sees a few cards together. I do maybe a double push-off on a card, and everybody will agree. So this is very deceptive. So there's sleight of tongue. This is a linguistic deception. And when I separate the spread, and when I come to a pair, look, I do this. I do a reverse spread. And now I have a black and the red. Let me show again. Let's assume I have this situation. I do 1, I do 2, I do 3, and now when I come to a pair, I look up, maybe I make a little joke or I say something, and now I reverse the spreads. I come back and I do the same. I continue the same motion, but what I've done in the spreading action, I've cut the deck, which saves me from doing this, which is obvious, right? It's not good, because if people see that you're cutting the deck, they say, he knows where the cards are. Or the other one, which I did before as a variation, whenever you come to a pair, just close it and keep a break. So I have a break now. Now I turn that over, and I retain the break, and when I go underneath the table, I cut the pack underneath the table. So it's called the under the table pass. So we can add that to the 130 passes we have already found now. So now every pair will be a red and black. Good. So here comes, so I go there. I just need to take 2 cards and come up. Immediately, I don't know if this works, maybe in your country it doesn't, but of course in Europe, red is communist, is on the left side, or the left are on the left, the reds on the left, the blacks, conservative on the right. So it's a little funny line that works in Europe. You have, you might come up with something else. But here is the point. Once you have done that, you don't know which one is the red. You know that there is. So here's what Vernon does. That's not my idea, that's Dave Vernon's. When you are under the table, you turn them over, you hold them like this. And when you come up, the moment you come up, you just look and immediately separate. So if it's like that, you just spread, yes? So I go like this and I say, yes, I have 2 cards. And now I look and it's, it's always, that's even stronger, right? As soon as you go, 2 cards, okay. Yes, I have them. I'm sure. Always. Look. And then, of course, I do something wicked. I take the 2 top cards and I put them in different parts. And I say, I can even take different cards from different parts. And I will go like this and immediately then put them again. And I do the same thing twice. So that's really wicked. And then you can go like this and say, it's incredible, look. So, and there I stop it, okay? You do it just long enough, like 5, 6 times. and I put this aside. This is already preparation for the out of this world, for John Kennedy's out of this world at the end. Now I'm left still, the deck of course, in a Gilbreth order, which means that when I deal the cards in 2 packets, every card is the contrast of the other. So if this one is a red one, this must be a black card, right? Now we come to this part where I say I'm going to make 2 packets. The problem with all dealing tricks, and I said this before in my books, in my articles, I repeat this, and they cannot be repeated often enough. This is a potentially dangerous phase because it's boring. It's also true for poker demonstrations. Very boring. You know, 5 times 5 is half the deck. So it's important to say something. So to start, so we will choose a half, one of them, maybe, sir, I will ask you to choose one, for example, what's your name? And I interrupt. Of 3 cards, I interrupt. I say something, and I say, or maybe would you like, you do something else afterwards, right? Of course, so that they don't get confused, I always complete the pair. I strongly suggest that, because otherwise you go. So you go like this. And now we have an exact mirror. Now I don't know where this trick comes from. This is, was shown by Alberto Reyes in the Canary Islands to me years ago. And he didn't know where it comes from, so maybe somebody knows where this comes from. It's very interesting. It's a concept that's been used in several tricks. But since we have a mirror situation, or a congruent, I should say, situation, this reflects exactly the complement of this. So the first 2 blacks means that the first 2 need to be red, right? The next 3 reds cue me to the fact that the next 3 must be black, and so on, okay? So I will down jog what I call witness cards. And, well, of course, you don't have to make the mistake I made because I was thinking about different things. And the explanation already. Of course, when you say the card, you have to put it in the correct place. So you say the first one must be red. Of course, it's red. Red. The next one is black, of course. Don't forget the one you down jog to count that too. That can happen at the beginning. You forget that. Then you mess up at the end. So you say this one must be black. And then I already see 3. Okay, so I look up, you know, and say, yes, black. And then sometimes I will miscall. I say, and this one is red. No, wait, this is black. Yes. You know, so it's, you say, oh, it looks more haphazard. Now we are here. Now you go, the next 2 are red, right? Now the next 2 must be black, correct? The next 2 are red. Now we have a run of 5, correct? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are black. Yes. And then we have 2 reds. And again, you can play, and you can say this and this, and then you can put it back and say, oh, no, this one was here, this one was here. And now comes the climax, has to be a little crescendo, and say, or something like that, and then it go immediately, zack. You go this, and zack. And it's quite impressive. Huh? And this is an applause, and there's a reaction, or people start to talk if you are in a small group. And of course, it's a perfect moment to take the card just like that, just take them like that, put them back like this, put this like this, take everything like that, or this way if you take this packet so they can't see the separation. Put these on top with a break, and now shuffle them to the bottom and leave them. And now you have about a third are red, about a third are black, well in this case a little bit more black, and about a third are well mixed. Even that will mix afterwards. Okay? So this will lead to the last trick. Now this trick is in one of the Card College Light books. Actually, I think it's in the very first one, which is 7 3-trick routines. And that's, well, originally John Kennedy's, I call it John Kennedy's out of this world, until I showed it to him in Las Vegas. We sat at the bar, I did this trick for him, and he said, Roberto, how do you do that? And I said, John, it's your trick. But he had it set up differently, and he got into it in a different way. But the idea of giving now to one spectator all reds, one all blacks, I think he does it with the whole deck. So I've kept this one back. And then just putting the card that will go with his color on one packet and discard the other one, that's John Kennedy's idea. And that's very good because, well, it saves us. I'm not saying it's better than the original pork curry. That's not true. Don't quote me on that. I think it's very, very good. But it's also lengthier, and it's also more difficult to do in a way because you have to handle the switch of the spread in a very good way. Otherwise, an intelligent spectator will tell you what you did. And I can tell you by experience when I did this 30 years ago, the first time I read it, and I had to come up with a way to make this more deceptive. So just a small hint here of handling. It's very small. First, I have the color selected. So in this case, he said red. So I can, of course, spread the cards, which is nice. So they can see it. Take a red card, leaves black for you. But again, you can see the mixed cards. I will look at the cards and keep a break underneath the red ones. And here's what I do. I mean, this is, it's nothing. It's a small thing. I say, well, I give you a part of the card, and I show the shuffled segment, or third, and then I just do a topological thing, something like that, and I say, okay, you get these, please shuffle them, and then I know, of course, that these are unshuffled. I say, please shuffle them, I keep a top stock, shuffle, and then I go on, for you, I have, and I keep about these cards, I have also a few cards which are quite well shuffled, okay? So I keep one, you keep the others, and you shuffle as well. So he gets, of course, all the blacks. He gets all the reds, okay? So that's, you can watch this again, and it's a very simple thing. You can do it in different ways. Just, it's important not to make a move out of it, as we used to say. Just do it, but very casually. Now, they have really seen the cards. And now come two more subtleties. Now, they were sitting a little bit further away, and I didn't want to ask them to come closer because maybe the camera would have obstructed the table. Didn't know that. But I suggest you get your spectators really at the table with you, very close, because now, when they deal the cards, they will be dealing it on the same heap, They don't do what these gentlemen had to do, where they throw the cards at the side. They really have, this is the discard heap. So, of course, the discard heap in itself is deceptive because afterwards there will be a mix, of course, which is wonderful. And then I use two other strategies, the well-known, which you all know in the versions of Out of This World. Whenever he puts one, I say, oh, no, I think this one is red. You should have kept that. But I combine it with something else. Let's say he who's got the black cards, when he puts one away, I do Vernon's transfer move, and I go say, no, lucky you put that away because that was the wrong one. So I glimpse the bottom one, I know it's a black one. Now I do bring this into Vernon position, and when he does that, and he goes like this, I say, oh, yeah, look, good, you discarded this one, and then he discards the next one and say, no, this one I would keep. And if you combine that with the other things, and the whole thing that went before, that's very deceptive. And it's not a lot of sleight of hand involved, right? It's just management. It's just rhythm. It's just various concepts blending together. Good. So that's the whole red-black routine. Did I? Yes? Is that good? Yes? Good. Very good.
We do have a question here in the studio.
Yes.
And
After you did the Pharaoh shuffle,
oh wait, we have one in the studio. Oh, that's you. Yes, good.
after you did the Pharaoh, then they're alternating red-black.
Yes.
But then when you have the spectators
Yes.
shuffle again, they still remain red-black?
Okay. The question is, when we do the Pharaoh shuffle at the beginning, the cards are in red-black order, and does the order then stay red-black when the spectator shuffle? Well, that's the Gilbreth principle. If they are red-black, he can shuffle anyway. No, they do not stay red-black, but due to the Gilbreth principle, there will never be more than two cards together of the same color. And that's what the Gilbreth principle is about.
yeah, and to follow up on that, if you separate any pair of cards that are the same color, then from that point on, every pair will be of
Yes.
opposing colors, but not necessarily in the same order.
Exactly. As I said, of course, you have, after the shuffle, by the spectator, you have to separate a red and black pair to make sure there is the same color on top and the bottom. Now, you're in business. Now, every pair will be red and black. You don't know which one, but you know it's a pair. It's a red-black pair. Good. Now, since we made the announcement, and I think I forgot to explain this also in my first lecture, the Frank Lane false shuffle, because we talked about false shuffles. And Frank Lane is probably a name very few will know or remember. When you see the name Frank Lane attached to an article, to a trick, or something, then read it up, look it up, make a search on the internet, Frank Lane, a very clever man. This is in Card College. I think it's volume 2 or whatever, takes the false shuffle again. And it's one step further than G.W. Hunter false shuffle. You know the G.W. Hunter false shuffle, which the primitive version would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in jog, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back. You know. In my other lecture, I showed a Vernon subtleties is very clever. Is instead of let's say 5, let's take 7. Now you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make a gesture. Count 2 in jog, and now you have to rerun 7. But don't do it in 5-2, do it in 4-3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And some say something, 1, 2, 3, and you're there. So you run 7 cards, but in 5-2 and 3-4 order. So that's even for people who know, they will be thrown off. Now the Frank Lane shuffle is in a way similar. It's very clever. It produces an additional element. And this is what you do. The Frank Lane shuffle, you shuffle, for instance, 1, 2, 3. Then you throw an in jog. Now you shuffle 1, 2, 3, but another, let's say, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now you've done 10. So you run 10. You run 3 back, and you reverse 7. So the next will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in jog, and you can finish with a cut. So Frank Lane's false shuffle. It's so confusing, most didn't get it, right?
Yeah, I didn't get it.
So I do it again slow, so it will be 1, so you undercut, 1, 2, 3, throw an in jog. So rather than in jogging the third card, I prefer to in jog the bottom cards of the block. Now separate, remember these are the 3, 1, 2, 3, but you immediately follow with 7. In this case, it doesn't matter, it can be any. But let's put, so it gives total, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I run 10, okay? First shuffle, I run 3. Second shuffle, I have run 10. And now I run 7 back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now in jog, and I can cut at the in jog, and the deck is back into order. If I do not cut at the in jog, I still retain the cyclical order. Yes, you know that there are false shuffles that retain the cyclical order. So the cycle is just interrupted at some point. But so that's what would happen with that kind of shuffle, which I explained in my last lecture, which is very good shuffle. Simply just dropping the cards. In Greater Magic, I think it's already Nerd Nays, and it's really a very good shuffle. This retains the cyclical order. And the Frank Lane, if you don't do the cut, cuts the deck, otherwise you come back to the original position. So that was the the Frank Lane thing. So do we have any questions on that? Maybe not?
No question on that, but I'm going to have to
Very
sit
good.
and
Well,
play with that one, because that's the first time I've heard of that. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
this is well, I told you about the 3-hour lecture I did on controls. Well, I did the cycles of 5 lectures of 3 hours each. That was the official length. Actually, each one was 4 hours. And it was on the 5 fundamental concepts of operational principles in card magic. And these are, all classic card magic is based on these 5 concepts. It's false shuffles and cuts, controls, force, palm, card change, top change originally, and afterwards, of course, the glide, the double lift, the second deal, all that. It's all card changes. And with these 5 concepts, you can do all of the classic card magic and most of the modern. Just very few things that came to it. Yeah. So yeah, let me do something. Let me change the subject. Change the subject. We go
You
to a
can,
new
but you know,
chapter.
I'll tell you what. We did have the gentleman right back in about the S-shaped motion on that cut that he was asking about to clarify, and I think I should clarify who's asking the question. It's Steve Bedwell. It's our friend Steve Bedwell, so he may be just sending you up, but he has, but he
Hi,
has
Steve.
he has a very specific question, and I'll tell you what it is. He's talking about the S-shaped motion in the tabled cut in Volume 2. It's the first one you explained. It's on page 384.
That's right, yes. Well, we take a little break afterward, and I'm going to check my own book. I have I have it in PDF. Actually, I have an illegal PDF of my own book because I don't have the real one. And we're going to check the page and maybe be back. Thanks, Steve, for sending all the best. Yes. Okay, let's go to another thing. May I kindly ask you, sir, take out any card that you please. Take anyone you like. Look at it, show it to the camera, show it to our friends here. Good. Put it back, please, if you will. Lost somewhere in the deck. Nobody knows where it is. Okay. So let's point to somebody here on this side of the audience who is going to do this. Who is going to do this for us? Point to somebody. Who's that? You? Yes? Yes. Okay. So here is the thing. Here's the thing. We don't know where your card is. You have no idea where your card is. Here is. I will take cards like this, and whenever you think this is. So you really have the cards here. You can see them all. Okay. And whenever you think, this is my card, you say, stop. And that card will become your card. Now, in this card, it's not. No, not at the moment, it's not. No. Whenever you want, you just say, whenever, and when you say stop, so you can see the cards well. Whenever you say stop, you're going to look at the card and see if it's your card, okay? So I'm going to take them away. And whenever you say stop, you're going to look at the cards and say, oh, this. Yes. Whenever you say card, it will be, everybody's card. You have chosen the card, and you're going to stop, okay? Good? So whenever you say, it's going to be that card, whenever you say. Say, you sure? Two of spades? Is that correct? No, don't. I don't want to. You turn it, Jacob. You turn it over. The two of spades? Is it? Exactly. And it could have been any other one. It could have been. Okay. So this is just a carded number or a stop trick, whatever you want to call it, because carded number and stop tricks are very much related. And all this new craze about any card at any number is really a very old thing, really. And because any selected card is as good as any named card for a lay audience. If you have a deck shuffled and you spread it and you can take any card, that's maybe even better. I will say heretic something. I think it might be even better than saying name any card. Because with name any card, very often people will say, seven of hearts, ace of spades. They just name the cards they know. Whereas here, it's clear that they have all 52 cards at their disposal. So I think that any card at any number would profit from having a card selected rather than just say name any card and name any number. It's not true for all versions, but it's certainly true for some versions. Now, the reason I'm bringing this, because the trick in itself is interesting, I hope, and I have a few variations to show, but also for talking about controls. Which is the next chapter, which I could go on for 4 hours, which I won't do. So I try to be in about 15 minutes or so. Did you see me do the pass on this trick? There's a pass here, and it's called the accidental pass, which I have invented, I believe. I believe I came, I hit on it accidentally. That's why it's called the accidental pass. And that was when I picked up the pass. I left a few cards, which, you know, normally it doesn't happen when you have a close-up pad, but if you are on a flat surface, you sometimes can't grab the cards. And I thought, that's interesting. If I could do that and cut exactly at the selected card, that would be a control, right? So here is I have a bridge, and I put this into secret agenda as well, so it's one of the items. I do have a bridge. Now let's exaggerate this so we can see, as they put in the books, greatly exaggerated. So we can see, oh yeah, that's very visible. Okay, so I'd have it here, and that's on bottom. Now, this is my key card block. Any technique that will now put the key card block on top of the selected card is a good one. Okay? So actually, I had another trick in mind, and I did something which I show you later. That's when you do a lecture of this type, you have like hundreds of things which you want to show. I mixed up and it was not necessary to do what I did before. So I show you the simplified version here. So one of the controls I like a lot, which is in volume 1, it's very, very deceptive, is the ribbon spread keycard placement. The ribbon spread keycard placement, where a ribbon spread, as the term says, I have a spectator pull out the card. I ask him to stop for a second so you can imprint this image. And then I say, look at the card, please. When he looks at the card, I gather everything. I already cut about half the cards. And when he replaces the card, I can cleanly drop with a plop and immediately spread everything. Now I can recapitulate and say, from the shuffle deck, you have taken one card. Is that correct? You've looked at the card. Is that correct? Yes. And I emphasize by nodding. I recall every image, which is very clear. And then, so I said 3 things which are true. And then I say, and then you put the card back into the deck. Now, it's true that he did put the card back into the deck. So the verbal construction, the linguistic structure is correct, it's true. But what is not true is the actual action. Because when I do this, he will, well, he can't remember, but he will correct the image which is on his timeline, which was this cut. He will correct it by replacing it with this gesture. And he believes, now the reality he creates about the situation at this point is that he had pulled out the card and put it back. And even you who know, maybe one or the other has said, yeah, that's what he did. But in reality, I've cut. So this shows how important it is to match what we say with what we do in an intelligent way and with the vision of the whole. So this is a way of thinking that comes from the Spanish school of thinking that started by Arturo de Ascanio, developed at highest level by Juan Tamariz, but already started by Robert Houdin and Johnny Ramsay and of course Vernon. Yeah. And I think it's important to talk about these things. It's not a waste of time. Rather than learning 3 new techniques, this allows us to do what we do better. Having more things does not allow us to do things better. Doing it differently maybe does, maybe, or worse. Don't know. Okay, now we have our bridge here. Can the camera catch that? Can you? Okay, I think that's visible. Show it here at the studio to everybody. Victoria, there you are. Not even you would fit through that, but it's enough for yours. So here is the thing. Now this is very clear. Now I say, would you please be so kind and point to anybody on this side of the audience? I go there, and with a light touch, just cut into the bridge. They don't look. I say, oh, sorry. And that's the pass. That's the accidental pass. Of course, then I check to correct. You see? I see if, now we have a very, we have dry in a way because we have air conditioning, and it's also wet. So sometimes the cards, if you've been here so long, start to go like this. So it can be that you get, in this case, we have 2 cards there. It's not a problem. You can always do a shuffle or a cut. Or sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes I will even do, put a few extra cards beneath the bridge, so the card afterwards gets to the 5th position. Yeah? So, which I actually did here. I brought it to the 3rd position, which wasn't necessary. So let's assume we have it on top. Did we have a card selected before? I can't remember. No, we didn't. So we make one up. So the card is now on top. 6 of clubs. Now, here are several ways of doing it. The one I did before, that's a very old thing. I start to take cards, and then as I take the first one, I just do what Frank Garcia dubbed the Diablo peek. This is a gambler's thing where you used to do when you take a card, you know. Sometimes cards are not dealt from the hand, but they are spread like that, and the cards are dealt like this to avoid false dealing. But of course, this is a perfect way to glimpse the card. When you just go like this, you know, you can see the card. 5 spades, 4 spades, or know which one, 3 of diamonds. You know. So here, this is what I do. I bring this into position for my transfer move afterwards. I go like this, and this. Now I know it's a 6 of clubs. And I say, whenever you say stop, and now I condition the gestalt of the movement. I say, whenever you say stop, this will be the card that is, we're going to look at it, and you're going to take it and look at it. So I've done exactly what I'm going to do afterwards in a harmless context. Ascanio called this an action of conditioned naturalness. So you are conditioning the audience to the set of movements in a harmless context, whereas afterwards, whenever he says stop when he's here, you go. Now we add something to that, which is miscalling, since I know that it is the 6 of clubs. Yes, I know. When he says stop, you know, he says stop here. Now I will transfer as it did before. In the transfer, I just slide the bottom card over, so it's not in a full palm. So that's not a full palm. That's in our volume 3 of Card College. Is a transfer move by divergent. Wonderful thing, which of course comes from the gambling table, like 95% of all slides we're using in card magic. So it's holding the cards like that. Now I miscall it, 6 of clubs, and I look up. And the spectators say, how the, you know, and that's the moment I go like this, and I go like this, I'd add it, and I go like this, and I said, you take it. And turns it over. Now the transfer move, normally, you have to drop the hand really on top, you know, so it's absolutely invisible from all angles. But I think that with the miscall and the rhythm and everything, it can be done at a certain distance, like this as well. You agree? Yeah. Good? Good enough? How's your angle? Nothing. Yeah. $5. Thank you. Nothing, no. It's really, because of course, the dramatic construction aids the misdirection. That's why it's always important to analyze slides in the context of a trick. It's not possible to understand a slide, a technical concept, if it's not applied to a trick. Yeah? Just not, my opinion. So, there you are. A variation. Okay, a variation. Let's assume your card now is the 8 of hearts. Okay, I don't know. Somewhere in the pack. Variation. With a slight challenge angle, I will say, I'm going to take cards like this. And when you say stop, that card I'm holding in the hand will be your card, Jacob. 8 of hearts, right? 8 of hearts. So, yeah, it's your card. I'm just telling you. Yep. To save us the time to have the card select and say. So I'm going like this, and when I hold it like that, you say stop, and that will be the 8 of hearts. It's incredible. You want already this one or the next one?
No.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay, now the thing is this. I say, he says stop, and I say, the 8 of hearts, which I'm not supposed to know. I say, the 8 of hearts, correct, it's exactly the 8 of hearts. It could have been any other card, it's there, you know. and you say it's there. It could be all other cards, it could be other cards, and it's that's not the system. And here's what happens. Again, of course, we don't know that it's the 8 of hearts. It's controlled to the top. Again, I do this. Now I glimpse. I know where it is, the 8 of hearts. We go on. I want to have about 4 or 5 cards. So and then I say, when you stop me here, that will be the card. That's an incredible challenge. And of course, challenge is one of the, Vernon said, challenge is no magic. And he was right. If the challenge is done in just to show some superiority or to show that the spectator is stupid or loses, it's a very bad thing to do. Yes, I don't advocate challenge. But if the challenge is done, as Tamaris would say, to create an emotion, to create an emotional hook, then it's a very good thing in the set of emotions you can create. So whenever he says stop, the first nice thing is, of course, I miscall again. 8 of hearts. And everybody said, 8 of hearts, how can he? Say 8, it's strong. And a low boy, I just put this on the table, and I will get this into a gambler's cup. So it's just like this, and I immediately add it here and say yes. So it's the timing. I mean, you have the worst angle. You didn't see it, right? Because the timing that's the timing, and the miscall, of course, does it. And now, which is you've shown it, that's the effect, and I can show these cards and drop them. Now I will I take the double card, and I can show a few of these, and look what I do here. I just do the same thing. I do Vernon's transfer palm, which is taken, and I can throw this out. So the double, which is on top, so we have that. These cards are face down. Vernon's transfer palm is also a gambler's thing, of course, and it does a similar thing than the transfer move. It's called the transfer palm. I think it's volume 3 or 4 in Card College. You simply go like that, and you're going to, these are face up, go like this. Sorry, this is, here I am, there. No, like that. Go like that, pick that up to show, and throw that out. And that, of course, happens in a low moment. People already applaud or laugh or discuss how did you do that, and things like that. Good. Since we are on controls, one last thing on the subject of controls, and then we move on to the next subject, next trick. There is a wonderful book out there most people are not aware of because it exists only as an ebook. And the author is Michael Landis, and it's called Jack Macmillan. Now, whenever, like Frankie Lane, whenever you see the name Jack Macmillan attached to something, read. If you've read my Card College, or you've read The Royal Road to Card Magic, it's in Expert Card Technique. There's a wonderful trick with a slug of 13 cards, which act as a key card block. That's a Jack Macmillan idea. He popularized the plunger principle, although the idea came from somewhere else. The Jack Macmillan plunger principle, to make the rising card. And that inspired Vernon to do the multiple shift. It inspired Vernon to do the simple shift, which was an incredibly influential thing. And in that book, just telling one thing out of that book, and that's his control. There's a Jack Macmillan control. It's explained there, not in great detail, because Michael Landis said Jack Macmillan favored the Erdnase in-jog control as his favorite control. He preferred that. He said, what's the Erdnase in-jog control? Well, the in-jog control by Erdnase is to control the top stock, which is pull off a packet, in-jog the next card, shuffle off, and bring it back to the top, right? That's the Erdnase jog. Everybody knows what this is. Say, how the heck you use that in a control? So here now it is. And that's just a little variation in handling I put in. That's all Jack Macmillan. The idea is this. Sir, would you please shuffle the cards? Make sure they're well shuffled. Very good. Oh, very good. I remember you from before. Wait, he's shuffling the cards. Very good. And can we have the cards back? Thank you very much. Now, would you please pull from this shuffled cards, just pull out one card, whichever you like. Yes, just pull it out just like this. Yes. Are you sure you want this one? Because, yes?
I'm going to change.
You're going to change. Very good. So you put this back, take another one. Very good. Sometimes it's a good idea to change in life. Are you sure now? Good. Because, let me just show you, all the cards are, of course, shuffled, and they're all different. Otherwise, it would, Phil, it would make sense. So please look at the card. Yes, we show it at home. Don't forget it. Going to thoroughly shuffle it back. Yes, you agree? It's really shuffled. Look, even in the center of the deck, anywhere. We don't know where it is. It's somewhere between the top and the bottom card. I have no idea. The question, of course, is where is the card? That's the question. That's the point of the question. If you take this away, the question is solved. Your card, yes. Correct? Yes. Anyway, so so that's the Jack Macmillan early shuffle control. I think it's a very interesting control, very practical. And as Michael Landers mentions, I mean, it's we magicians who keep doing this and do that. Most lay people, if you tell them, well, you're not a lay person, but if I tell you, take the deck, and now put that back into the deck, many would either go like this, or they put it on top, or shuffle. If I told you, shuffle it back into the deck, shuffle it back into the deck. Yeah, yep. Do that. Oh, okay, really complicate. Yes. Or you put it on top. You do something like that, okay? So look, this is exactly what the Jack Macmillan control does. But the thing, it's important that you don't have a spectator take a card. If you check, for instance, Phil, take a card. Yes. Now, may I have the card? That's not good. Yes. You're taking the card out he took. So it has to be handled in a different way. So that's the solution I came up with. The spectator first shuffles the cards. So it's clear everything is right. I asked the spectator to pull one out. Then I play a little bit on the change or whatever. And now I must have a reason not to give him the card and also a reason to pick up these cards. It would not be good to just do this. Okay, let's put the card back. That's not good. Better, I think, is to say, you sure you want this one? Because he shuffled the cards, they're all different, correct? Now it's just to show, automatically they are now in my hands. And now look, and now I show the card, but they look away. That's important, look away. And I show the card to everybody. Now, if I'm here, this is a very logical thing to do, and immediately to do a shuffle. And either do another shuffle at the in-jog, or do a multiple cards to the in-jog, and then do, in confidence, as I have a 60-page essay on card controls. And I call this the Fred Kapp show. My good friend Tony Cacciadini showed me this in a little conversation we had early in the morning. And it's a very simple thing. It's a wonderful thing to delay the control. Is simply pick up a few cards, 2 or 3. I probably have 3 now. Okay, 3. So, or whatever. And say, it's not on the top, it's not on the bottom, it's somewhere in the pack. So the synergy, look at that, of having the card here, taking up the spread, showing the card shuffled, showing to the audience, looking away, shuffling and looking into the audience. And it's only now, or look, this is another subtlety. Shuffle to the break, and instead of throwing this on top, here's an idea by my friend Rainer Teschner from Germany, in Nuremberg. Thank you, Rainer, it's a very good idea. Instead of throwing this on top, drop a packet on top, and the one you're left, wave it into the rest. Very deceptive. So for any top stock control, look, this looks like this. Very deceptive. Even those who are following the in-jog shuffle, they think he's, and now, how did you get it? So that's a very good, very useful control for a card from Jack Macmillan. Good. Now, we change subject. Where do you come? Ah, okay, we come, oh. I might have to change the deck here because this is, so, yes. Yes.
Would this be a good time for you to show maybe a side steal or a bluff shift or both? Somebody asked for them.
Yes, okay. Good. Let me first try to get here a better deck. So I keep this here. Let's continue with that. Okay. Well, the side steal, well, that's of course, that's a difficult slide. That's the side steal, you don't learn this in one day. By the way, if you have dry hands, this is a US-American product. It's called Sort Quick. There are several ones. These are used for bank tellers or to count money, I think. It's still done manually.
What's it called?
It's called Sort Quick. And there is another one which is pink. I forget its name. Oh, you know, there's a whole religion about these things, but there are really several. There is Golden Touch lotion, for instance. That's good for manipulators who like to have the whole hand sticky. This is very good if you just want to have specific parts of the finger sticky, because you go like this, and you just stick. A lotion will make the whole hand sticky, which is not desirable in all situations, right? So, yes. So the side steal. The side steal basically, as the name says, and there are many variations, means getting a card from somewhere in the center of the deck, usually to the top, to the bottom, or if you have breaks, to a specific part of the pack. And that really would be the disadvantage of dedicating a lifetime to magic. I could go on for hours on the side steal. Maybe just one thing. One basic technique, which is in, let's say you have a card, the 6 of spades, and you say, well, it's somewhere in the pack, and gets to the top. So this is one handling of the side steal, which I teach in card college, and there are so many others. So the first thing, you steal the card above the break. You steal the card above the break. So how do you get the break above the card? Many ways. You can have a spectator peek, whereas a spectator peek has a disadvantage, then you don't square a square deck. Yes, this is always a little bit of a problem when you do the side steal. So you have to find a pretext, which can be when you, let's say you peeked at the card, now is a jack of diamonds, to delay the break, spread the cards just for a second, saying so you're thinking of any card. You can even open your thumbs like this, you know, which is like the classic force. I explained this, the classic force, that the break closes and the card sort of rides on the little finger, and when you close the hand again, you pick the break up again. This is a lot of micro technique, of course. So it's this and this. Now, when you're here, of course, now this is, let's say we have a jack of diamond. Then you're here, of course, you can square, and now it's a good excuse to square and bring the card to the top. Now, how do you bring the card to the top? First of all, you've got to grip it correctly. There are several grips that can be used. This grip, as far as I remember, when I learned that, it was from Martin Nash's book. And of course, it goes back, I believe, to Marlowe, like so many things. Ascanio always used to say, if in doubt, in favor of Marlowe. He was a lawyer, so he said this in Latin, in dubio pro Marlowe. We're always laughing about that. And so maybe it was Marlowe. The card is slid out and caught like this. So a picture says more than 1,000 words. So it's not caught here, it's not caught here, it's not going in a full palm. It's really, and it's also not clipped. There are other side steals, like this one, say it's the 9 of diamonds. I say, sir, you've taken a card. Didn't do this very nicely. I say, you've taken a card before. We're going to put the deck here. So that's another of Marlowe's. Well, you slide this out. Now you clip it. Clip it means it goes here. And in this gesture of showing, you steal that out. So you say, when you go back, you put the card on top and you put it on top. So that's very, very nice, of course. You go like this. It's slid out from the top. It goes like that, and it goes like this. And there are many variations of that. But the other one, coming back to the other, so whichever way, through a peek or through an in jog or through a dribble and then getting the break, whichever way, you're holding the break. Now this is kicked out. The way to kick it out is to slide the whole lower packet to the side and then back, which will allow the 3 fingers, even all 4 fingers, depending on the anatomy of your hand, to slide that card out. Which is much better, I think, for most, much safer than just trying to go in with the pinky and kick that out. That's very difficult. And the way you cover this, that's all in Card College, really. It's in volume 3 or 4, very well explained. It's better explained written than it can be explained on video, really. When you go like this, the thumb, the whole thumb, with its base, moves over. So can we see this on camera? When we got that, you see, you can't see a thing. But in reality, look, this is the real configuration. And then you can really open it up. You still can't see a thing, you see? It looks like nothing happened, but we're already here. And when I go back, this goes back, and that's enough. And now, any type of action that will bring that to the top. The good thing about this grip is the following. The card does not need to be extracted completely. Or no, let me phrase it differently. The right hand does not need to clear the deck completely, which means when you're about 2/3 out, like this, the card has already cleared. Now, it depends how big your hands are. Yeah, if you have hands like Fred Capps or Ascanio had, then it's easier. Now, you're already here. Now, these finger here, the left hand, they are like an elevator. They bring the car back, and it goes back here. And the way you cover the bad angle, you can do the same thing, by the way, from the bottom. I use it very often as a replacement for a double undercut. You know, rather than doing a double undercut from bottom to top, which is laborious, just get a break. Let's say I want to transfer these cards, kick them out, you have them here, and just give them a light square, and it's there on top. Very practical. Very practical. So I didn't mean to explain that. That's very complex. And of course whatever. I'm going to break my own record if you go at that pace.
That's what they're asking, though.
Yeah. I mean the bluff pass. The bluff pass is another thing altogether. Very, very, very good. Very little used. Very, very little used. I can't remember seeing somebody using the bluff pass. Now here is, I would hand the bluff pass. I would say, sir, would you be so kind, just stop whenever you please. Stop here. I will stop here. Exactly. Please take the car. Are you sure you want this one or that one or another one? Okay. Look at it, please. Yes. And put it back. Oh, yes, and show it to everybody. Yes, of course. Yes, and please put it back. There you are. Thank you very much. Now remember, somewhere in the pack, 52 cards is your card. It's not on the top. It's not on the bottom. It's somewhere there. And we control it a second from the top, right? So that's what the bluff pass does. The bluff pass is one of those techniques, like most, which you have to choose carefully when to do it and when not to do it. I mean, this is a good way to do it, provided you are directing to the spectator who is furthest to your left. It would not be my choice of control in this situation. I don't know if at home they can see the situation we are having here.
Yeah,
Can I see? Yeah? So this is a situation I would not choose that type of... I could use a side steal, because a side steal you can move, you can do, for instance, that one, you know, do a movement aside and cover the side steal, which is one of the covering motions. So with the bluff pass, still, we can discuss it. What I do, and that's the way I explain it in Card College, and the handling, the way I got to know this handling was, as Kaya told me, Fred Capps would do it like that. And the clever thing is, and I added just a few pieces of handling, you start by conditioning the gestalt of the handling. You go like, deck is shuffled, stop, clearly separate, give him the card. Now a lay person, you say, look at the card, he will look at the card, probably forget to show it to the others. So I go back again, and I say, put it back, oh, maybe you show it to the others, and I go like this. Or if I have the spectator on, I can also drop the card with 1 or 2, depending where I want to control the card to. If I keep back 1, it will be second. If I keep back 4, it will be fifth. That can be useful in specific tricks, of course. Now, in this particular case, I will put it back, and I say, oh, please, show it to everybody. And while I go like this, I obtain a break beneath the top card. Now I go back again and do the same movement. That is, I put down, and that's what I've already done twice in a harmless context. Apparently, I take that away, but really, I close the break, and I just take the top card. Now, I don't do any of this, which often you see in the book, the old books, you see, you go to cover that. That's nonsense. It just looks bad. It's not necessary. You only have to direct the left side of the card to the right ear of the spectator furthest to your left, which in our case would be Phil. He would be here because here he can see the single card, right? You can see it. If I do it like that, you can't see that it's a single card. Now, in order to cover the thickness of the remaining cards, I let them slide forward. Now, if you let them slide forward like this, there's no way. Like this, you can immediately see it's a full deck. If I do this, you can't see if it's a full or a half deck, right? So, go back here. We have the gentleman do this. I say, show it to everybody, get the break. Go like this, look at him, and say, please put the card back. And it's better standing, really. I think it's not a control you would do sitting, because you have to be like that. Well, you can, of course, put the card, but standing is much nicer. You go like this, you go like this, and you go like this, you go like that. It's much better. The hands are held in a much more natural way. So, and now comes the last subtlety. When he puts that up, I will not put the hand with a single card on top, but I will lift. I will lift the hand to the deck to the single card, and immediately lift off a portion of the card, which is more or less the same that I used before. So if you put all of this together, you get a very nice synergy, and it's a very nice and deceptive way of apparently having a card selected from the center and put it back in the center. And it's very elegant. Now, of course, you have to use a trick which requires the card at the second or third or whatever position. I mean, it's silly to go now here and say, your card is not on the top and it's not on the bottom. I mean, yes, it was not before, but now I have another card. That's not the way you do it, right? And it's also stupid to now use an overhand shuffle to get rid, because you might as well then have used the break and now do the overhand shuffle to the break. I mean, that's something, it's one of the very few things I take exception with in the older books. The older books are telling you, do the pass and immediately give the deck a false shuffle afterwards. I mean, that's really a waste of energy, you know, because if you do a shuffle afterwards, you might as well not do the pass at all. Simply keep the break. Now, when you do the shuffle, control it to the top and maybe give it another cut, and there you are, right? So, good. So that's the control. Yes, we want to go to another. Is it okay?
Yeah,
maybe
sure,
we can
sure.
Keep.
Let's
Yes.
get right back into what you've got planned.
Yes. Let me try to get here a fresh deck because they are getting warped. See if I can. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So another piece, which is I think Card College. Let me see, where is that? 3 or 4, whatever. To me, they are the same. 3 and 4 is the same book. So it's 3 and 4. Now, you can do a lot of magic with language. Yes, you know. For instance, you can do transposition effects with magic. Anagrams. Anagrams where you shuttle around like Piet Mondrian. I paint modern. Is an anagram of Piet, the famous modern painter. Yeah. So, and another way you can do magic with words, for instance, are palindromes. Yes, palindromes. You know, the words that can be read from the back and the front the same way. Obvious are Anna or Otto, but a man, a plan, a canal, Panama is much less obvious. Yes. So we have palindromes. Now I found out that some sets of cards behave like palindromes. Now we know we have an international viewing audience here from all countries, or from many countries. They are watching us. So I have an Italian palindrome for those who speak Italian. I topi non avevano nipoti, which means the mice didn't have nieces. Or a Spanish one, somos or no somos, are we or are we not? You know. Or the French, la mère Gide digère mal. Mother Gide has a bad digestion. What do I? Another English, red rum, sir, is murder. Palindrome. Do you know who pronounced the first palindrome in human civilization? Adam, in paradise. When he met his wife-to-be, he said to her in English, that was already the world language at that time. He said to her, Madam, I'm Adam. And she, of course, already was smarter than the men. She had the shortest palindrome. She answered Eve. So I found, look, this is the set of cards that I found has palindromic qualities. So it's the ace, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of spades. Yes? So the ace on top and the 5 on bottom. It could be any card. Yes? It could be another set, like hearts or diamonds, but it's this one. Look. Now look. The ace on top. But because it's palindromic, you just move like this, like something happens. That 5 comes to the top. Yes. And the second, of course, is a 4. Yes? And after the 4, you normally have the 5, 4, 3. Yes? And after the 2 would be the ace. But because it's palindromic, it's the 5. You got the 4. You got the 3. You got the 2. And again, you got the ace. So you have the ace, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But let me show this again, because you have the ace, 2, 3, 4, and 5 very slowly and very clearly. Look, I show ace, very slowly, 2, correct? Very slowly and very clearly. 3, ace, 2, correct? 3. And after the 4, normally we expect, no, because palindromic is the ace. And look, it's the 2, it's the 3, it's the 4, and it's the 5. All good things go by 3. Let me show you as last time. So we have exactly 1, 2, 3. Look, very, very slowly. We have the ace. We have the 2, yes. We have the 3, correct. And after the 4, we would expect to have the 5, but because it's palindromic, you have the ace. You have the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 5. Now, again, this is the reason I'm showing this is we come to a new subject, which is one of the many subjects we could treat today, but I picked, which is the handling of double cards. We'll speak a little bit about double lifts, if you like, anything which concerns the handling of double cards. And it's a small trick. It's, as Kanye always said, tricks of major art and tricks of minor art. And so it's a trick of minor art. But it does show that it does take as much thought to do a small trick well as it does to do a big trick well. You know, I like to quote Fernando Pessoa, famous Portuguese poet, who said, "The full moon reflects itself in the large ocean, but also in the smallest puddle." You say puddle? A little water?
Yes.
On the sea? Puddle. And so if you look at Guernica, the big painting of Picasso, of course, it's a masterwork. He's been working there, I don't know, for a year or whatever. And then you'd look at the dove with 7 lines. He did maybe in 25 seconds. But both the big and the small art contains the genius of the big artist. And that's why I often recommend, for instance, Vernon's Chronicles Volume 2, which is full of minor arts of Die Vernon's, because it's not so difficult to learn, but you can still absorb the genius, the ideas of a big mind. And so let's look at this little trick here, which, again, it seems so obvious to say, but when we look at ourselves, how we did magic when we began, you know, when I look at myself, how I did magic when I began, none of my tricks had a presentational plot. None of my, I just did the moves, and of course I was happy to fool the audience, and I could do something they couldn't understand, and I thought it was enough. And it was only much later I realized this is only the first step. This is the, you have to get to the black belt level, and then, and every trick needs a plot. Now, the reason why magic tricks work, even if you don't give them a plot, that they have an inherent plot. That's the thing. Every good magic trick, let's take the classics, has an inherent magic plot. So the ambitious card, you don't have to say this is an ambitious card. You can just say, look, I take a card, which is the king, and I'm going to put it into the center. I just snap my fingers, and it comes back to top. It's a good trick. Because it has an inherent plot. But now you can give it a dramatic plot, which is the plot, the theatrical construction, if you want, or mise en scène, the staging. And of course, it makes the trick better, provided that the plot, the presentational plot we put on top, is not contrary to the plot which is already in the trick. It's like taking a dry-aged steak, which is very good in itself, and putting on, I don't know, cheddar cheese and mustard. You're killing the whole thing with the, yes? What you can't put on is a little fleur de sel or a little bit of butter to enhance the flavor of the product itself. And in magic, the presentation has to enhance the plot which is inside the trick. And that's very difficult to do because we are so fascinated by the moves and by the fact that it fools. So,
time for dinner break.
Yes.
I'm hungry now.
Good, yeah, well, that's you are. There's a great connection between gastronomy and magic, but that will be another lecture. The vodka is good. So, this trick, which I think goes back to Vernon and Larry Jennings, and it's even older, I must say, in its basic plot. Many have touched it. So my little contribution here, besides choreographing 3 phases, and we're going to talk in a minute about the technical construction of the trick. So my little contribution here is to give it a presentational plot with the palindrome. It's just a justification why the cards should change their order. Because why should cards change order? And by giving it a meaning, you take it out of the trivial. Sometimes tricks are trivial, and especially small tricks. And if given a good presentational plot, both will enhance themselves, and the total is more than the sum of its parts, as I say. That's an important concept to understand in magic also. A pile of 100 bricks is just a pile of 100 bricks, but when human intelligence comes in, an architect makes a plan, organizes the bricks, you have a house, that shelter, protection. The total is suddenly more than the sum of its parts. And that's true with magic as well. The parts which make up, put it together with an intelligent plan, will yield something much bigger, even though the elements are small. We go back to 3 phases. After the introduction, the prologue, which, as the great René Lavand says, every trick needs a prologue to tickle the interest, to say, oh, what's that? Oh, that's amusing, I have to look. There should be no trick without some kind of prologue. This can be just very fast, or it can be, in the case of people who are able to tell a story, it can be even a little story, if the audience is that if the situation is that type. If you do table magic, the prologue better be something flashy or something. If you are in a theater, people have paid an entrance fee. Now the prologue needs to be even longer. That's the difference between the amateur and professional as well. You not only need to know what is a good trick and the bad trick, but also know when to do the good trick and when not to do it. So, we will start with the cards coming out. Again, the prologue helps me cover the time to search for the cards. Otherwise, it's very slow if I go, let me show you a trick with 5 cards. And we remember the time when we started in Magic. That's how we did it, didn't we? And suddenly, you know, then you understand that you have to tell us something, keep the interest. As Juan Tamara says, not only the interest curve has to be up at that time, you also have to tighten the threads. You know, he says you throw threads. You have to tighten the threads. That's not only with the eye, but also with what you say. Because that's specific of card magic. Card magic uses the imaginary of the audience more than almost any other type of magic except mental magic. That's even worse. Card magic, nothing happens for a long time. You know, sometimes you can go 2 minutes without something happening, but then at the end, the card vanishes in your wallet or something, you know. And so what goes before needs to capture the imagination of the spectator at various levels. Otherwise, people go asleep. So this is I am here. I show now again the initial situation is very important. People are 100% clear that the ace is on top and we have the 5 on the bottom. Otherwise, the reverse will not be in effect. As trivial as this sounds, as important it is. We often do not have the courage to emphasize the initial situation because we want to run to the climax. And that's wrong. We do this as a beginner, but if you're a mature artist, you know that if you thought about what you say and if it's interesting, saying something is as good as doing a flashy effect, sometimes even better. Okay, so we are here, and the cards are very warped through the air here. Whoa, that's terrible. So I remind the audience again, and then in a secondary gesture, I say it could be done with any other pack. I cull the 3. So could do it in different ways. You could reverse, count, and things, but I prefer simply in a casual little fan, cull the card beneath the spread, and that's all of the preparation, maybe even put it back. Then taking it up, show again the ace with the same handling gestalt than now the quadruple lift. Now the quadruple lift, I suggest doing just a push over, because if you catch a break, it's a maneuver. You can see it, yeah, regardless how good it's done. And you go like this. I think in this particular case, since everything is so swiftly, just throw it. Now we have very warped cards. I don't know how this looks good. I hope it does. Yes, that looks. Yeah. So immediately there's an effect. Because there was the ace a second ago. Now it's the 5. Now comes the next one, which needs a double lift. Now here comes Brother John Hammond's handling, which is beautiful again, without breaks. And this is in Card College, Volume 3 or 4, in the double lift, advanced double lift chapter. You push with the thumb all cards above the bottom card. It's truly very, very simple because you just have one card. By friction, this bottom card will be retained. Then you put the middle finger on the index of the triple card, get the triple card in a pinch grip, and further push with the left thumb, which results in the double card being seized in a pinch grip. Pinch grip is always 3. Yes, it's like when you have 2 fingers and the third finger like that. So we push, and we have like that, and we have the 4. That is beautiful because there is no, and these have been very clean. Now comes the only difficult slide, but it's not so difficult. It's a bottom deal, because the bottom deal of 3. Now really the bottom deal of 3, you just push this, come over, and push back. It's actually a reverse push-off, if you will. So you go like this, and go like this. And here I use my actus interruptus idea. I go 1, I go 2, and you know after 1 and 2, there is a moment that you say, na-na-na, na-na-na, and the third time is going to be the same. So the attention lowered a little bit. Although people will look, it's not the same look like that because they are already convinced and say, that's incredible. And at that moment, I push over, I do that, and I immediately put it back. That's they interrupt the action. And I say, so it's 5, 4, and then I do like this, and they forget that I did the bottom deal. It is the 3, and that's so convincing that now I use a verbal strategy for my good friend Giobbi Pereiras. You probably don't know the name. He is one of the very best cardicians in the whole world, and his name will become more known. He doesn't speak English, that's why you don't know. So his idea was to say here, and after, just imply that this is the 2. And after 2, you normally have, and then you ask the spectator. Yeah? You don't tell them, you ask, say, the ace. Say, no, because they are palindromic. And now comes the effect, boom, it's 5. And now that's the way I turn. I don't turn them over like this, which does have a function in certain situations, but in this situation I want immediately the card to be seen. I do not need suspense here, right? I need information which is quick. So the card needs to be turned over like that, not like that. So 2 and ace result in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Turn them over, relax, applause position. The audience reacts or applauds or something. And I immediately go back. Let me do this again very slowly. Look, the ace, the 2. But now, of course, it's, you have this situation. So I deal the 5, immediately do a triple left, the 2. Now, very nice. I can now, if that's even, it sounds like a counterintuitive term, I do a retrograde conditioning. We sometimes use that. Of course, it's wrong because you cannot really do that. But what you can is on the timeline give an information that allows a spectator to better understand a situation which went before and which was similar. And that's what we're doing here. The 3, if anybody had a doubt before or has seen something, now he says, no, that's really. I say, so the 3, and we use again the idea by Giobbi Pereiras, and of course, now I'm in the explain say, and after the 4 is, of course, everybody says the 5. I say, no, it's the ace. Because the ace, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ace, 2, 3, and again, I prove 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and now they can see that it is the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as it was in the situation before. So when I turn it over, they are confirmed. Even if they had a doubt before, they see now it's exactly what I'm saying. They will not remember that before it has been like that, yes? So it's all little synergies that this fell into place. I must say, some of it I analyzed and I thought, and some of it I only recognized afterwards that it so happened. I guess it's a sort of bonus you're paid by whoever pays out bonuses to artists. No. And now we come to the last phase, which I do admit is maybe technically speaking, at least for magicians, the weakest. Because that might have fooled most people, at least part of it, because you just can't follow, is it the double, a triple, or quadruple, and you probably miss the cull. And so the next one, most magicians will get because it's just a Hammond switch. But for lay people, I found this is very good. And it's very efficient, and it's very good because it's quite fast. You don't want to be too long now. Now it's just, sort of almost like the icing on the cake. You go like, look, 1, and you show, and then they do 2, and I show. And now comes the switch, which it's important to keep the packets as parallel as possible, to imperceptibly move the middle and the ring finger, and to immediately prove 1, 2, 3. You show again 2 cards, which of course in the mind's eye is almost like showing the other 2 because you did before, right? So it's 3, and again and after the 4, of course, you'd expect the 5. No, because it's palindromic, and now it's so nice because you go like this, you go like this, go like this, go like this, go like this. And this now points sort of to you. The cards are more or less, they are in diagonal order, so the indices or indexes, both plurals are acceptable. It's much better like that, yeah? And this points to you, and you can go like this, and you get all the love and applause to you. Okay. So that's the palindromic card, including thoughts on routine construction, on handling of double cards. Now, what else did they want to... I don't know if that's going to work here in double cards. Yeah, well, I don't know if I mentioned this in the last lecture, maybe in the tweet thing. There is a double lift, which is greatly neglected in my opinion, and which I only found in the past few years to be very, very useful, especially if you have what I call suboptimal cards, which are cards which are not perfect or if you borrow them, they stick a little bit together. And it's a divergence double lift, which he teaches in 2 places at least. The first time he teaches is in the ambitious card in Stars of Magic. Now, for whoever is left who reads, and I speak to the younger generation, get Stars of Magic. It has been re-edited by Meyer Yedid. It's a wonderful book. There's some annotations in it. The photographs have even been improved. There are really some of the very best tricks of the New York School of Magic, plus Ross Bertram's from Toronto, plus Bert Allerton's from Chicago tricks, but mainly it's John Scarney, Sam Horowitz, Di Vernon, Dr. Daly, yes, the members of the New York School of Magic, which is wonderful. So he teaches that there, and then he teaches that again in the Di Vernon Book of Magic, another one fantastic book. And here it is. It's simple like this. Let's look at the card, which is the 6 of hearts, which let's put over here, and for some reason it will either change or we do something else. Okay? So very, very innocent looking. Very, very innocent looking. When you read that, you would think, what's funny? Because you lift the card, you put it there, you do this, and you go like there, you do this, and there you go like there. But when you do it, I think it looks very good. I think it's very, very good, especially if people look from the top. And you start from a break. Vernon starts from a break. Again, professionals don't take risks; they take breaks. It's a safe way. It's if you are in a situation where you need to be successful, you don't want to rely on your, and also this personally, and Vernon says the same thing. Where, you don't want this just look too tight to me. This is just too tight. There are others that push off second deals. Now the cards are totally a mess here. You can't even do that. But it's good to know. Well, you see, that's one of the reasons why it's good to have various tools in the toolbox. As Maslow said, father of the pyramid of needs, he said, if you have only a hammer in your tool case, you see every problem as a nail. And the thing is, in magic, if you only have one technique to solve a problem, you're going to run into trouble. Because let's say you have a situation like that where you just can't, with these cards now, I can't do the safe push-off, but I can't grab the card safely now. I have to go and, and get a break, and that's very inelegant. So I would do that one. This one is great because this leaves you under control at all times. You can't go wrong with that one. So you have the break. Get the cards about that much to the side and really bend them. Vernon, if you look at the photograph, he really bends it up. And that bend gives the idea of singularity. But of course, you don't keep that a long time, because if the audience is at a small angle, then they might see the thickness of the card, or a child, a small child might see the card. So it's good to keep that into movement. And when you do that, the card is given a bend, which allows you very nicely to keep the card like this afterwards, and just get into the bend, do the same thing, and now unbend it. And again, I recommend not doing, Vernon doesn't say that, but not taking the card like that, but again pushing it and putting it like that. So it's good for those tricks where you say, well, look, there's a magic circle here. Okay? Look, there's a card, the Joker, will be your card. And we're going to put that card inside the magic circle. So here is something I think I already mentioned in card college, and it's so important that when we do a double lift, it doesn't matter which technique we do, this is not so good to say, I'm going to put the Joker over here. It's much better to use the space where we're going to leave it here, turn it over, and leave it here, and take the hand away. It's really, you really seem to see. Yes, it looks as if you saw the card, and it's another one. And another one thing I think is about lying. So this is not an ethical thing, it's about deception. In magic, of course, we lie a lot, because otherwise we would not be artists. Yes? Yes? Art is fiction. If Van Gogh could really create a sunflower, he wouldn't be a painter. He is a painter because he creates the illusion that it is a sunflower. Yes? That's fiction. So, of course, we must lie, otherwise we will be God. We will be able to do it. You know? But the fact that we are not God, we are using artifice to create the reality that, as if we could do the wonder, yeah? We're creating the same reality, we hope. That makes the magic artistic, or gives it a chance, at least, to be artistic. That's another subject, not to deal into now. But, so the lie is, if I say, I put the Joker over here. Well, you just do this a few times for a lay audience, and then you find out for yourself. The spectator will say, can I see it again? Especially if you've already done something else. They say, did this. So it's wrong to say, I'm going to put the Joker over here. The better is to go into a linguistic generalization by saying, the Joker now is your card. Mark? Mark? Yes. Mark, this is your card. Now I generalize from the Joker, which is specific, to a card or your card, the card being something generic. And now I can say, and I put the card, I don't even say your card. I said I put the card here, which is absolutely correct. The linguistic structure matches the action. Yeah? And there's no reason for the spectator to be intellectually challenged. There's no reason for him to say, show me. Yeah? Because it's... Yeah? So that's a concept. And we can use this all of the time in magic, and it will prevent hecklers also. And always to ask, what do you do with hecklers? You know, that's one of the many things you prevent hecklers from heckling, because if you say something which is not true, you're how do you say it's a provocation. Yeah, you say provocation in English. As you could tell, my English is not so good, so occasionally I have to ask for a. Okay, so that's on the Vernon double lift. Very good. How do I get the break? Very good. So this is another small lecture. I just recently completed an exercise. I found 20 different ways of getting a break under a top card or on two cards. I'm not going to tell you all of them, but let me just tell a few. Now, it depends on the trick. That's always the answer. Like the instrument, the tool depends on the problem. Yes, you can't use a screwdriver when you need a hammer. So let's say you have the possibility to take the card. That's a very good way of doing it, to say, sir, would you please stretch out your hand? I'm going to give you, yeah, just like that. Yeah. You know, so I had already, thank you. I go like this. Of course, when I do this, I push off this card and get a break on the one. Now, in an in-transit action or an actus interruptus, it's both, actually. I go back and adjust his hand. Now I can adjust this card, and now I can go in the Vernon break if I like. I go like this and say, okay, sir, would you just hold this? I put this card here and adjust your hand. And again, as you can see, I repeat a similar strategy. you remove the hand rather than removing the card. Yeah, so that's one thing. Another one, of course, the double push-off can be good, especially if you're standing. If you're standing, you have more amplitude, and in the amplitude, you can push over one, push over two, and pull it back. If you are at the table, it's a little bit, it can be done if you turn around and say, Vittoria, thank you very much for naming a number, so I have this moment. But it's not so good to do this. It's very often we can see that with, if somebody begins in magic, that's what he would usually do, and you can see that. Okay, so that's 2 strategies. 3 strategies, which I would not use, is the little finger count. That's like shooting with cannons and sparrows. You say that in English? You don't use that? That's a German thing.
I do.
Okay, what is that?
I do.
Oh, you do that, you see? That's
I'm probably the only person in America that says that.
It's like using a hammer like that for a little nail. It's not that you don't use it because you have to get tight, and you don't do that. Another one which is very good, which is in expert card technique, because what you want to avoid is, of course, this. You want to avoid this. We all do this at the beginning. There is a way, and I think I mentioned that in our conversation in the first tape, is when you lower the deck. So instead of pulling up, you bevel. You give the deck a slight bevel. You have your thumb here. Then now you move down with the deck, and then you keep the next, and you move down. So here is the movement you get if you minimize it. So rather than doing this, which can be seen, you're getting this, which is almost invisible. Okay. Another one, expert card technique I was mentioned. You go to fingertip position like this, and here is, it's a very clever method. Very few people use that apparently. You can, when you bevel the deck like this, and now you press. Can you see that? The cards are separated like this. It's almost like a count. And if you have the finger here, you can go boop, boop, and you can count boop, 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 boop. Now you can either do it by pressing with these fingers, and the important thing is to have the forefinger here. The forefinger blocks. It gives a counter pressure. The forefinger is the secret. I can't remember if they say that in expert card technique. And I found there's another way you can still do it, rather than pressing, is pulling down. So I'm exaggerating now. You're going like this. This is what you do in a micro movement. So you're here at the elevated dealing position. You're here, you cover in a gesture, and now you can just go 1, 2, 1, 2, and you transfer this. Okay. Another one I came up myself is doing a multiple cut like that and squaring the deck. So here's what you do. You cut once, you push to cut 2, you push, but you push 2, you put that, it's unsquared, but you have, as you can see, the 2 cards there. You take the whole bunch, and when you close, you get the break on the 2. And the last one, which I just found recently, it's also in the Macmillan book I told you, and which is fantastic, apparently from an idea from Di Vernon, is this. And it's really, it requires practice, and it's using the Erdnase break. Now the Erdnase break, remember, he had the break here, he used that for a top palm, where he grabbed a bunch of cards from the top to palm in the right hand. Now we magicians normally, we want a precise number of cards to be palmed, like 4 or 3 or whatever. The gambler, the card cheat doesn't mind, as long as it's at least the cards he knows. Let's say he plays, at that time they played stud poker, 5-card stud. Of course, you're stupid if you're playing 5-card stud and you don't know your opponent's whole card. You have to know the opponent's whole card, of course, either by having marked cards or by glimpsing them. So Erdnase would glimpse them. Yeah, there's a glimpse I re-described in a card college, while you shuffle like that, you glimpse the top card, which is the Queen of Hearts. And then comes the first mention of a double double undercut, which is this one. That's an Erdnäs 2, bringing it to the bottom. So what Erdnäs does, in the shuffle, he will pull, and I'm exaggerating now, this card inward. Of course, that will show the index of the top card. Look how natural and nice this is. Now you see the top card. Now, in the action of cutting, you just push it to the side. I'm exaggerating now. Undercut about about a third, flush with the side jocked card. And now you do a run cut on the remaining card. Now you know your 5 of diamonds is there. Now you do the same thing. Keep that on bottom. Glimpse the next one. Now I know it's a 10 of spades, or a black 10. It doesn't matter for the gambler anyway. He knows it's a 5 and a 10. Now do exactly the same thing. Do this on this side and go like that. Now he has in the bottom, he has the 5 and the ring. Now either you use a bottom palm here, or you bring them to the top and use a top palm. So that's all a little bit the Erdnäs structure. It's one slide helps the other one. Now to come back to this situation, where were we? We did the getting the what?
Starting from the Erdnäs break to get the double.
Yeah, Erdnäs break, right. So that's the Erdnäs break. So here's the thing. As the left hand holds the deck and lets it slide so it bevels. And now the right hand, as it comes, the little finger hits the corner and does 1, 2, counts 2 cards. But of course you have your hands closed, you put your forefinger here, and you have time to count the cards here, and then you got your break under the top 2 or 3 or whatever number of cards you need, right? So that's the Erdnäs. And you have the break here. Now it can either be left there, or in a squaring action, which is just very casual, just transfer the break to the little finger, and it's there. So it's incredibly efficient, elegant, but also delicate technique to get. So, and I have 16 more. So a little assignment for you at home. A simpler assignment, come up with 10 ways of getting a break under just one card from the top. 10 ways of getting a break under one card from the top. Assignment for at home. Good. So next thing. How are we doing on time?
Fantastic. You've covered a huge amount
2.5
in a short time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm on at the beginning here. Let me see. So it's going to be like 7-hour lecture. Well, what's the truth of the matter? You know, I'm trying to open doors and windows, and you have to go home and go into the rooms yourself, of course. Next one. Oh, this one is a good one. But I need to change deck. Let me see if I can get a well-worn deck for that one. So that's an homage to my good friend Jacques Tandeau, who left us last year. He's a very exceptional friend. Most of you will not know his name. I will show you a trick you might recognize. Probably you do, at least a slight. And then you will know that was his idea. So, Phil, will you shuffle the cards, please? Please shuffle the cards. I'm going to make a prediction, which means this is something, an utterance, an information about something which has not yet taken place. That would be nice, huh? If you could do that in life. We want to do this in the theater of the surrealist, which is the magician. You're good? Yes? So I'm going to make a prediction. Let me see. I know. This, Phil, I see this. This will suit you, I think. This is the card, yes. So here's the idea. I'm going to deal cards, Phil. I'm going to deal cards like that, and you're going to stop me at any time, and then I'm going to deal this card with that one, okay? Which is my prediction card, right? Yep. So that's what I'm going to do. Actually, I'm going to show you that the prediction is the 6 of, it's an open prediction now. Sort of, this is an open prediction. So look, I'm going to deal cards like that, and you say stop whenever you like, and the card you stop me, and that's the card we deal. Stop here, this one. So you're going to deal this one here. You didn't want another one, you could. They are all different. You shuffled yourself. Now let's see here the cards. We had what? Remember the prediction? Was? Yes. And you stop me anywhere in the shuffled deck. It's exactly. For some reason he can. I know. So it's a trick, of course. Now, the concept is that, and that's Jacques Tandau's idea. I assume, who knows that already? I think there are a few here. 1, 2, 3. Some do and some don't. Good. Okay. So it's a very interesting concept, and I must say I have seen this used only rarely. Although this could be, it's a polyvalent slide. I mean, we have this thing where you put a double card and then use the invisible palm sort of thing where I go like this and say you can't see it. I'm going to put it here, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. But that's what happens here. So his name is Fidel. Fidel is his family name, and Jacques Tandau published a book in French which never got translated. It not even got widely recognized in French, but there is that trick, that prediction trick, which the method is very simple. You put a double on the table, and then you apparently deal a card on top, and you just unsquare the square pair. There you are. Okay, that's the trick. So I showed Jacques this trick. We met regularly in Paris, which is my favorite city, and it's just 3 hours by train from Basel, where I live. So I go there practically every year. And the only thing I changed, a very small thing I changed, was the timing, and I used the idea of conditioning and this actus interruptus, which I already explained in 2 different contexts. So the deck is shuffled by the spectators, and then I take out the prediction card. And I look at the 4th card from the top, which in this case is the Queen of Diamonds. So I get the Queen of Hearts. I don't show it yet, so it's and the reason I show it is, okay, I think this is the card that matches you. Of course, this is an intriguing statement because it says, how can a card match a person? What will that be? So it's a little bit, yeah. So, and I use the same handling, so I pull it out, I put it here, and I use a little bit, let's say, a careful handling. Lay people won't think that it is a double, or it could be a double, but magicians do. And I get to fool some magicians with that, and then I say, I will be dealing cards, and you say stop when you like. Of course, I stop after 4, because now that's my queen, which has the same in this one, okay? And then I say, and I will put, and then I will deal this on top to get that image, I deal that on top. Now I put that back. I get a break here as I pick that up, and now I show it. It's an open prediction. It's a strong moment. I go like this, I go like that, and I go over here, and I let this drop in the shadow zone. Now, the way to do this, you don't do this. It's not necessary. It's necessary that the cards, that's why I had to change cards now, because of the air here, the cards are all warped. Yeah, so you can't do this. Of course, it's not a problem. If you see that your cards get warped, you don't do it. I mean, sometimes we insist in doing something I have practiced and prepared, and say, I've practiced it, now you have to look at it. It's silly. It's like having a cheese course after 4 courses, and you see your guests are full. Now you don't bring the cheese platter, or you asked, would anybody like the cheese? And they say, no, you forget it. You're not hurt in your honor if they don't eat the cheese. So here, it's the same thing. If you prepare a trick, you see the conditions are not good, the cards are not good, do something else, of course. So this is the action go right here. So the dropping action is touching the table with the tips of the thumb, middle finger, and then separate. You can't do this slowly. You have to do this in a movement. Go like this. Now already the cards, because of the air, are separating here. But it was okay before, right? Before it looked good. But now the cards are already out for 15 minutes. So now comes the technique, which has to be this dealing technique. And when you apparently deal that, You go like, and you immediately go back. And then I turn over the top. There's a topological illusion. I try to come up with switches and things. No, nobody can really remember. Once you've done that, you can't. Was that the top? Was it the bottom card? Since it's true, you know, the image you saw before matches the one image you see now. There is no reason to assume that it's not so. And now comes, of course, that turning rather than that turning. You know, because it adds a dramatic tension. Yeah. Okay. Two observations on that, and I discussed this years ago with Roger Klause, who apparently also used that trick, and he had an interesting way of doing it. He would so once the double is there, you have to. Now it's terrible to think going like that. He would use the Dr. Elliott grip. I call this Dr. Elliott grip, although Conradi in 1894, just the year before Rotterberg's book New Era Card Magic appeared. Yes, Conradi published a book on card magic, and he had this top change from this grip. You know, for the rather than do the top change like this, he would do top change like that, which is very nice. Very nice handling. You can do this. I do something else afterwards. So do the dealing like this, and then when the dealing comes, do that, which also looks nice. And another thing I think Roger Klause used, instead of using mates, he would use a king and the queen of hearts, which I think is a nice idea because it could give a romantic little story. Now it will depend on the presentation you want to give it. Okay, so that's a little bit more on the handling of double cards, double lifts, and everything. Good. So we have done that. Oh, now comes totally different chapter. Totally different chapter. Let's put these back so they might get back in shape. Can I borrow a deck of cards? Since we are here with colleagues, magicians, maybe somebody has. Is it oh, Phil, you're here. You come a little bit closer. Please take your cards out of the card case, otherwise we won't be able to use them. Yes, there you are. And please take out the jokers if you have any. Any jokers? And before we go on, yes, very good, very nice, good. Shuffle them again. I have a prediction. I have a prediction which I have in my. Oh, I even do this. I go one step further. I put it under your, let's say, protection. You have. Yes, this is for you there. Yes, you watch it. Yes, sir. Put this away to avoid confusion. How are we doing?
Good.
Good? Good. There's nothing in my hands, nothing up my sleeve, and you shuffled. Is that good? Yeah. So it's 52 cards here. Is that good? Very good. And you cut, of course. Shuffle and cut. Always good. You happy? Good?
Yes.
Good. So 52 cards and one shuffle. Please turn the deck over. Please turn it over. And give it a last cut. Very good. How's that?
Yeah.
Happy? Mm-hmm. Good. Let me spread the cards over here so that we can really see all the cards. Can we see all the cards? Is it good? Mm-hmm. Good? Happy? I'm going to pass my finger over the spread. I'm not going to do it up here, you know, because otherwise you don't know which card it is. I'm going to do it really here. Okay? And you're going to stop me whenever you like. Okay? You ready? Good. Go ahead.
Stop.
Here.
Yes.
Between which two cards?
Between the 10 of spades and 8 of clubs.
Between the 10 of spades. Which one? You show. You separate them yourself. You separate them yourself. I don't want to. Good. You separate here between. Yes. Do you want to keep this or you want to throw this away and continue with that?
Continue with that.
I continue with that? I get rid of that? It's exactly what he says. It's exactly what he says. So, you want to reshuffle or shall we keep them like that?
They're fine.
Good? Good. So let me just spread so you can see them better. Okay? All the cards are here? Good. I do this once again. Which side shall I start? This side or that side?
That side.
Okay. can see all the cards? Okay, I go again, and you say stop whenever you like.
Stop.
Here? What's that? Which one is that? Which one am I touching?
7. Or
Yeah?
yeah.
The 4? Or the... You come very close,
7.
7, okay. Sure?
Sure.
You shuffled? You eliminated? You could have eliminated this one also.
Right.
Yes. There's no, you know, like the politicians. They say something before the elections and afterwards they do this. Magicians have come to call this equivoque. This equivoque election trick. But we don't do that. This is exactly what he said. Victoria. Hope it will be a victory for me. Yes. I have a prediction. It's think about it. It's exactly the same. Look, exactly the same here. Because can we see this on the camera? Is it all the diamonds and you have exactly the same? Is it correct? I know what you're thinking. Say, he did not come from Switzerland all the way to do this. Well, actually, let me tell you something, which I think most will know. Andy Warhol, the pop artist, before he died, about a year before he died, he created the deck of cards. I don't know if you're aware of that. And that was the deck of cards he created. It's a pop art deck. And that was the back of the cards. You know what I mean? And this is the face of the card. There you are. Any questions at this point? We can have tweets also, and no. Yes, I know. It's actually it's a little bit aggravating. You know, some people get nervous at that, and I had people who couldn't even sleep at night. So listen, why don't I give you the envelope and my card, or one of my cards? It has my phone number on it. And if you can't sleep after the second night, you can call me up. I won't tell you how it's done, but we can talk. Good. So we go into the chapter of forcing. Big chapter, of course, again, a 4-hour talk, which I'm not going to give now. Otherwise, Victoria, you will die. You're very courageous. Thank you very much. But let me talk about this great classic, because we announced it. We said we would talk about the trick that cannot be explained. Now, the trick that cannot be explained, many know that. Others have never heard of it. So let me very briefly tell the little anecdote. Vernon, in 1953, came first time over to Europe. He came to England. Harry Stanley, at that time the most important dealer, invited him. And, of course, he did the tour, very successful. After that, the books were written by Louis Ganson. There were many sessions with magicians, and one particular has this anecdote in it where they were sitting with Roy Walton, Alex Emsley, and Louis Ganson, of course, and Jack Avis, and, you know, the generation of British magicians at that time. And Al Coran, the mentalist, at the end of the evening, towards the end, says, Vernon, show us a trick. And Vernon does this wonderful trick, which is a prediction written on a cigarette paper. Al Coran shuffles the cards, turns over the top card, and it was exactly the card which was predicted by Vernon. And as the anecdote says, Al Coran didn't say a word. He just got out and didn't come back. So, and then, since they were writing the book, Louis Ganson was writing the book, he kept asking Vernon, would you like, shall we include that trick in the book? And Vernon would keep saying, no, it cannot be explained. And Louis Ganson thought he doesn't want to tell me how he does it, because it's a super trick. And only after a while did the misunderstanding got, you know, how you say, exposed, yes, because he said, no, that there is not a single explanation to this trick. There are many, because, and that's one of the great contributions, one of the many great contributions of Vernon's, it's the technique or the strategy of multiple outs. That is, depending on how the situation is, that's what you do. And if it's not like that, you help, you know. On corrige la fortune, as the French say. You correct the fortune by adding some slides or some things. So the way he did it, Vernon, was he had one prediction, and let's say it was the 7 of hearts, and now he would try to get to the 7 of diamonds in some way. So the spectator could shuffle the deck and he'd take it back, he'd look at the top and the bottom card. It was not, he would have it cut, he looked again, top and bottom card, it was not, had it cut once again, it was not. So sometimes you get lucky, you know. And then there were other strategies. He would have the cards spread and he would go like, say, stop. Maybe he would say stop like here. He'd say, let's turn over the card. And then since it's a 6, you know, he would see that it's 6 cards down. So he would say, let's see where you stopped me. Let's go like, oh, 6. So he count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he would get on the 7 of diamonds or something like that. So anything you could come up with. I think Henry Evans, the famous Argentinian magician, has published as a 3-hour DVD just on that. So I'm not going to beat him on this, if you're interested. Now, one way to get to the prediction card is, as I showed now, to have multiple ways to get to it. But there's another way, if you think backwards, is to have various solutions. And so this is my little take on the trick that cannot be explained. I have 4 solutions, which are hidden in the envelope. Can you take out the other 3? Yes? No? Oh, because I switched the envelope. So the envelope actually is, and here is, my secret agenda has a day where I say any wallet can be converted into a Himbo wallet. And it's a different idea from that. It's an idea by a German magician. You can read it there. This is an idea that occurred to me 2 years ago or so. And it's also the ability to convert any wallet into a Himbo wallet. And here's what it is. So it's a normal wallet, and I have a piece of paper, or whatever it is, I use it for another trick, which serves as a sort of compartment. I have the normal wallet, the normal envelope, which I'm going to switch in later, on top. And I have the prepared envelope, which we're going to look at in just an instant. I have this below. So I open, let's put that back. I open the wallet. I can take this out and say something, put it back. Now make a comment maybe, go back and really extract the one from the back and put it again on the table. And I put this back. So here is a situation I have. Now I do whatever I do, we look at it just in an instant. And at the end, when I have extracted the correct prediction, the other 3 are in here, I simply pick up the wallet again, like this, put that back here, and just leave the wallet open there. Say something, start to discuss, and, oh, by the way, if you have sleepless night, let's do something. I'm going to give you my phone number. My good friend John Carney had the idea of giving a headache pill. He said, if some people get a headache from this trick, so I put a little pill, and you can put like I did before, and give it to the spectator to eliminate the idea, of course, that there are multiple solutions in the envelope, which is something people usually say. Actually, I tell you that when I started this trick, I would pull out the 7 directly. And invariably somebody would say, oh, I wonder if you have a whole deck in your envelope. And it was only after adding this idea with a Theodore Deland idea. Theodore Deland, an inspired amateur magician of the beginning of the 20th century, published some wonderful trick cards, and Richard Kaufman will soon be releasing a book on Deland's work, and a beautiful thing, and he had this idea. Now this has been redesigned. Actually, I'm not, as you know, I'm not a dealer of magic. I think I only wrote books, 15 books, most of which are in 6 languages now, so I have over almost 80 books in 6 different languages. This is the only trick that Brent Garris of the Magic Apple asked me when I did this. in California. Oh, may I use this trick? And I say, go ahead and use it. So it's I show it to you. It's called a trick that cannot be explained. Of course, you can obtain it here at Penguins. And I think that's the only trick I commercialized. And it comes with everything necessary. And of course, it's all explained as photographs. And let me explain it here, because you can buy the trick because you get the nicely made cards. They're really nicely printed. I don't know if the camera can catch the design. It's much better than the original design, actually, I think. Okay. And here is how it's done. It uses the envelope, which has been known as the Alan Shaxson envelope. I think Alan Shaxson was the first to have this idea. So what it is, I have 4 cards like that, all the 7s. In the middle, there is a separator, which is simply a little cardboard or a playing card, which you shorten a fraction. If you go like this, it opens this way. If you go like this, it opens the other way. So you can push here, and you get an opening forward. You push here, you get the opening in the back. And I have 2 cards in the back and 2 cards in the front compartment. Heart is nearer to me, the mnemonics being, if I hold that, this is close to the heart. And the black cards has the spade nearer to me, because that's the black heart, I say. So there you are. So now practically everything has been explained. The prediction is there. This is here for the switch. And of course, you must find some way of getting to the card. Now, is that still your deck? You see? Yeah. So, if you shuffle a deck well, if you're lucky, you get it on top. So I have the deck shuffled. I look at the bottom and top cards, 2 chances. But since there are 4, that's 8 chances already. I have it cut. So I get another 2. Yeah, that's another 8. And then I have them cut face up. And I must tell you, in over 50% of the time, I get a 7 on top. Because I have 4, and I do this 3 times, and each time I have 2 chances. So if you are into probabilities, you can make a calculation. But I think the chances are very good. It's very good.
24 out of 52.
There you are.
Go on.
Thank you. So, that's what I wrote. But meanwhile, I do have a doubt if this is true. So if there is any advanced mathematician here, you can write to me. You just put Roberto Giobbi in Google, and you hit my homepage, and you click the email, and you can write to me. So maybe you find out it's not 24 out of 52, because that would be almost half. You know. But anyway, it doesn't matter, because now look at the distribution. We have here a 7, here a 7, here a 7, here a 7. I mean, it's almost impossible not to hit that. Right? It's almost impossible. So if you go like that and he says, stop somewhere else, you just discard a part. Before,
You gave him the choice to discard.
yes, because in his situation there was 1 7 here and 3 here, and he said stop here. So if he had wanted to keep that, I could have easily forced the 7 from that, just few cards. And if he wanted to keep that, which he did, I had 3 chances to hit it. Yeah. So that's really, of course, it's a super magician's choice, because it's not a magician's choice in a way. Yeah. And again, here, I'm not going to a longer dissertation now, because it's never ending. But this one I'm going for stop on a 7, which is very easy with 3. But there could be other situations where he might say stop here. You say, okay, let me turn over the card here. Now, are you left or right-handed? Now, I know it's to the left. He says, I'm left-handed. Okay, so good. Take the card on the left of the card you reversed, and it will be the 7, or something. To a magician, this might look not so good. For lay people, actually, it's the contrary. This is quite good. The more very clear decisions which are not manipulated, because they are not, you're doing the real thing, to get to his card, the better it sometimes is. So sometimes it's the other way around as it is intuitively for us magicians. Okay, that is the, let me plug this again, the trick that cannot be explained. Okay, good. Where are we? 10, which is 3 hours. Well, let's go a little bit. I have to go a little bit forward. Okay, let me do something else we announced. No tweets here and no questions on specific on that. I mean, just specific on that.
Yep, currently not.
You know, okay. So let's go to another 2 things we announced in our lecture. And that is when I was 19, I went the first time to the magic convention by Ron Macmillan. At that time, in the International Magic, Ron Macmillan, who's been there? Hands up. Ah, very good. Wonderful convention, still run by his son, Martin Macmillan, who is doing a wonderful job now. It's a whole festival now. And that was the first time I met Di Vernon. You may take the cards as a souvenir with all my thanks. For didactical purposes, we leave this, so we have nothing confusing. So, and I got down to do a few tricks with him. For him, there was Ron Wilson and Di Vernon, and I myself, young Giobbi, doing a tricks. They go, oh, very nice, very nice, very nice. And I say, oh, Professor, this is not mine. This is in Frank Garcia's book. This is Frank Garcia's trick. Oh, you're much better than Frank Garcia. You're much better than Frank Garcia. Of course, that was not true. Frank Garcia was a great professional, but at that time he had published these 2 books, which caused a lot of controversy, and they didn't like him very much. So there was Werner stuff in it as well. But that was the Werner. So in that occasion, he taught me 2 tricks. So Di Vernon taught me 2 tricks. And recently, as you know, the Magic Castle celebrated its 50th anniversary. It was founded in 1963. Yeah? And they released these cards here, these Magic Castle cards. I don't know if you've seen them. So I thought, in honor of Di Vernon, I will use the Magic Castle card. Is that okay? And show you what he did at that time for me, right? So can I, whose assistance can I ask? May I ask your assistance? Yes, if you move a little bit closer. Yes. So let me, one wonders how is it possible to achieve the magic we do here, which just looks impossible somehow. It is because it's happening in 2 worlds at the same time, and you're just copying the other side of the world. There's a visible and invisible world. Yes. So we're going to use that. Would you give the deck, give a cut on top now? No. Good. Then take the card. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Turn the deck over and bury your card. Yes, and bury your card in face down. Yes, so we can't know. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. Now this is in the visible world. Now I do have in the imaginary, in the invisible world, I do have also a deck. Of course, you can shuffle that, Victoria. You must take them out of the box. Yes. Very good. Yes, shuffle them as we did before. Good, very good. And cut. Yes. Take one card out without looking at it. Turn the deck over and put it in. Yes. Yes. And I say, now I spread it. Now I turn it over face down, and I spread it here. And there's one card face up. Is the King of Diamonds. You see?
I see it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just helping you. Now you shuffle this card, you cut where you wanted to, and you took any card you took out, and you put it back. Look, I'm going to turn it, and we're going to. It's exactly the same. The visible world and the invisible world matching. Is that correct? Yes. Yes, and you think, how is this possible? Holy cow. Well, it has to do, of course, with the fact that, in a way, did you know each other? No, you see? There must have been some, how you say, sympathy, some affinity. But maybe it was also your ability. I will try, let's test something. If you have the ability to do a magic trick. If you don't, which is probable because, you know, you've never done magic before, so I will you're a lay person. Yes, we assume, yes. So cut the deck again. And without, yes, go ahead. Without looking at the first card, put it in your right pocket, or maybe you put it under your right thigh. Yeah, the top, yes. The one you cut to. You want another one?
No, that's fine.
Take the next one and put it under the other one. Yes. And now go a little bit like this. So what do you think is this card?
7 of diamonds.
Yes. Take it out. What is it?
No.
No. Well, of course. How would that be? We can talk afterwards. I try to teach. It takes many years. Now, for me, can you wobble a little bit more? I think you have the 7 was good. I think it's the 7 of clubs.
It is.
It is. It's the 7 of clubs. So the 2 tricks they weren't taught me at the convention. Well, it's not true. This is a presentation. It took the artistic liberty of lying. Because I wanted to introduce, so let's talk briefly, just very briefly, about these 2 tricks, which are very good tricks in this category. There are many you can do. I assume most will have guessed what it is. It's, of course, a stacked deck. It's a memorized deck. In this particular case, it's a size 7 deck. Because memorized deck work now has been out for quite a bit. Simon Arendt's wonderful books, Tamariz's books, and of course now Tamariz's DVDs, which are full of plentiful, you know, the horn of plentiful of memorized decks. So I'm not going into that, but I will make a few comments on size 7 system, and just a mention of a chapter in my deck switch book. I'm actually the guy who wrote that book, you know. And there are 32 deck switches explained in it, and most of them are categories of deck switches. That means that you can, once you understand that, you have more access to even more. And there is another 30 that are referred to in the literature, etc. Now, one category I have there, which I think is very interesting, is the no-switch deck switch, which means you do a deck switch without doing a deck switch. And it comes from a question that had been asked to Dave Vernon by Al Portwood, who wrote in his column, the Vernon Touch, which ran for over 20 years in Genie magazine. And he asked, Professor, could you tell us how to justify the introduction of a different deck? And that's what we often do, especially when we are at the beginning. We go to the Magic Club, and we have 5 tricks we prepared. For each trick, we have a deck set up. Then we take the first deck, we do a trick, we put it away, take the next one. That's, at least that's the way I did it at the beginning, you know. Of course, that's silly. But there are ways where you can introduce a deck with a good reason. So you see one of the, I'm just giving you one here, which is, this is an anniversary deck. I attached the story with Vernon to it, and it made it the natural thing to put the deck away, or instead of putting it away, what you can do, you can give it away. You can say, oh, maybe you think these are magician's cards, please have them with my compliments. If you find anything, I will give $500 to your favorite charity. I learned that from Martin Nash. Martin Nash, very clever. He had even a big glass tube next to it. He had a policeman with a gun, and he would say, there are 10,000, they would all $1 bills. $10,000, if anybody here can prove that I'm using gimmick cards, you know, I will give this money to a favorite charity. Oh, that's fantastic. I don't know if you just told me about it, or did you ever see him do that? I
never saw him
It's
do
a
it.
fantastic idea. It's a fantastic idea. So why I'm saying that? Because whatever.
It allows you to get rid of the other deck.
Yeah, it allows you to get rid of the other deck. You can give it away, yes? And now, of course, you need a new deck. not necessarily immediately afterwards. You can do some other trick, a cups and balls, coins, or thread, or whatever trick, or a mental trick, and then come back. So that's a nice idea to have a sort of deck. It can also you can also say, oh, let me show you how card cheats other card cheats. Actually, you're going to use Las Vegas cards for these. And then you get a deck of Las Vegas cards or a deck of B cards. You know, there are many reasons. If you think about it, I have another one which is called the international performer. When I say I travel many parts of the world, and as you know, every country has a card manufacturer, which is true. Most countries have, you know, you have US playing card here. The Austrian have Piatnik. The Italians have Dal Negro. The Spanish have Fournier. So every country, most every important country has a card manufacturer. And then you can have several decks, and you say, look, these are from different manufacturers. So from which country would you like to perform a trick for you? And it says, from Spain. So, okay, Fournier. And of course, they are stacked like the others. So it's a wonderful. Or you can bring a new brick of cards, 10 decks, show the receipt, you know, and then open it up and take any deck out. They're all prepared, of course. Yeah. I explain in the book how to prepare a new deck. Anyway, so this is an idea to switch decks. I mean, there are clever ideas, other ideas you can use. You know, something I sometimes use this one where you say, okay, now let's spread the cards. Please take a card. So this is very, very practical. Where you start out, you can have this just sit on the deck until you need it. Have the deck shuffled, and you go back. Just grab this packet, just like grab it like that, and when you get back, okay. Thank you for shuffling. Would you name a number between 1 and 50?
27.
Yeah, whatever. And that's so it's very well. Even if you are on the side, you know, if you are on the side, you go like this. It's just a moment. Pluck, tuck, whap, and you're back here. You put it between your legs there, and you're there. So that's very convenient. I mean, the book is full of things like that. So anything, and there are tricks, etc. So, but this was the no-switch deck switch, which I think is anybody can use that. Very practical. It's a professional thing. That's a deck switch a professional would use. A professional does not use this type, you know, of fancy switches or manipulative switches. That's far too risky. There's angle involved, everything. Okay. This said, let's see the tricks, which are very straightforward and simple. Nonetheless, the subject, the theme, can be made very interesting, I think. And two things about the Seistabens. Seistabens, as probably most of you now know, was not by Seistabens. The first time this is described is in 1593 in a book by an Italian author named Galasso. Orazio Galasso writes a book on mathematical principles of cards. One of them is a deck which is arranged with every card being at 4 or 5 points from the other, yes, in a sequential order. Yeah? So that's, and he says, Galasso in 1593 says, here is an interesting principle which I have not invented, but which I would like to document so it does not get forgotten. So you wonder how old that is, you know. Cards having been in Europe since 1971. That's the first time you know about cards. 1371. I'm getting tired here. 1371 is the first document in Spain. It's a prohibition saying you are not allowed to play the game of naib. Naib being the Arab word for cards. Cartas is the Latin word. Naib is the Arab word, because the Arabs were for a long time in Europe, still in Spain. Then they were in Granada, they went back. And so they, the Spanish call the cards cartas, and they also call them naipes. Funny, eh? So you know one from there. And the deck is called la baraja. So whenever you have a you know it's Arab. La baraja. La baraja. Anyway, so maybe the first few years somebody had the idea of having an order, taking a card out, and now he knows which one is missing in the order by looking at the card before or after it. Two things, as I said. The good thing about the order I'm using here, it's not 3 by 3. Because, you know, if you have the values going 3 by 3, there is always the set 3, 6, 9, which is very obvious. So it's going 4 by 4. So that's the first thing. So you have, let's say you have a 3, then you add 4, you have a 7. 7 plus 4 is 11. So you have a jack. Then you add 4, which is queen, king, ace, 2. It has to be a 2. You add 4, it's a 6. You add 4, it's a 10, etc. Okay? So that's the numerical order. And now for the suit order. Often, in English especially, say you use a chased order. Club, heart, spade, diamonds. And I've used it for a long time. Oh, look at that. I get some, Magic has got a round for everybody. Very good scotch. So, and I don't know how you did it, but I always had to repeat the little sentence to myself, club, heart, spade. So if I see a club, I always have club, heart, spade. Thing. And then I hit on this idea, which was, I think, been formulated for the first time by somebody called Russ Duck. He was an inspired amateur, and he published a magazine which was called The Cardiste. So if you're interested in faro tricks, and if you're interested in stay stack order tricks, very interesting subcategory of faro tricks, then a good place to go to is Russ Duck's Cardiste. And he had this idea, I believe it was him, to use the symbols, now, which you can visualize instantly. So you don't have to say the little sense of club, heart, spade, diamonds. You instantly visualize them. So it's spade has just 1 point, heart, which has, yes, 2, not points, but 2, whatever you want to associate.
Yeah. We would say bumps.
Whatever you want to associate with it, yes. 2 bumps. And clubs has 3, and diamonds has 4 corners. So, yeah, that's much better, because as soon as you see a diamond, you know it's 4, it's got, so you say, bop, it's 1, it's spade. So you don't have to say club, heart, spade, diamond, club. Because if it's diamonds, it's the worst, because you start club, heart, spade, diamond, and you have to go back. Now in this, you immediately say spade. Because you see it's 4, you know it's 1, it has to be 1, it must be spade. Try it. I mean, it's, if I say it like that, maybe it doesn't sound easier, but it is. And that's similar to the mnemonic deck of Tamariz. If you have got his book or his video, he has a visual system of remembering the position of each card, which is much superior to the method, the mnemonic method, where you had to have a word which is constructed of consonants which are similar, you know, lice with the L would be an I, and the S would be a 5, so we'd know it's 15. Then you had another word which would represent the card. Then you made a little story. Then when you saw a card, you had to remember the story. I mean, of course, when you know it's quite instantaneous, but Tamariz's visual method is even faster, and that's the same with here. Okay, so this said, I think there's little to explain for the tricks. Practically, is not much. So any kind of false shuffle we can do. And spectator cuts it, of course. And the nice thing, he does everything himself. He turns it over, gives me a clue. Now, if I haven't misarranged the cards, immediately I know this is 2 humps. The next must be a club. Plus 4, 10 of clubs. There's got to be the 10 of clubs, right? So that explains the first trick. And the second trick, the same, again. And it's even nicer, the second trick, because when he takes that card, you don't do anything. You don't even have to look at the card. He will give you a clue with that card. You know, you can even have him select, say, which card would you like? If he takes that one, which was on top, the next one will, of course, now be a club. Yes, so it has to be a 2 of clubs. Or if he takes this one, you have to go 1 back, so you know it's a heart, but 4 lower, so it has to be the jack of hearts. So I think we don't disregard this type of trick. It's mental card magic at its best, at my opinion. No long drawn stories. It's quite to the point. The effect is memorable, and that's really what impacts a lay audience, in my opinion. So I have to repeat what I always say. What you get in this lecture, of course, is just my opinion. There are other people who have different opinions. They make more money than I do. They are more famous than I am, but they are not here. So, good. So we're here. Do we have any questions on that?
No, but I can't verify that these calculations are correct, but somebody has calculated the probability of hitting one of the 4 predictions in 3 cuts. They say it is 38.13%.
Yeah, that's very good. That sounds like my experience. About a little bit more than a third of the time I get that. Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to see the work on that, though.
Well,
Just personally.
shall-
Personally. Between you and me,
Yeah.
Zan's going to send me the work.
So, where are we? Oh, we have a lot of things to cover. Well, let me show this one. You still alive, everybody here? Mm-hmm. Good. Well, at home, of course, they have the advantage. They will stop, they go to sleep, and then they take, I have people, I did 5.5 hours last time. They say, I watched every day an hour, during a week. So it's so if you like, you go back and you come back in a week. I won't be here. So. Okay, now here is another one. We are going. Let's do this relatively quick, but I want to discuss that. Gosh, these are terrible, the cards here now.
Switch deck again.
Yeah, I had to switch deck again. Well, let's see if we can do that at all. Let me first do something else. Maybe have this gentleman shuffle the cards, please. That's enough. Thank you. No, yes, insist. Please shuffle the cards. Shuffle the cards. We'll have you please look and remember at the card. And as soon as you've done, thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Now we can tell they are really well mixed. Thank you very much. So, would you've not said anything to wake you up? When I'm going to drop the cards like that, would you say stop whenever you please?
Stop.
Here? Sure? More? Less?
No, that's good.
Good. So I'm going to cut here. Look, this is your card. It's a good one? Or you like another one?
Yeah, that's a good card.
It's a good one? Look, I replaced them on top. Nothing. I'm going to shuffle them well. Shuffle them well. Would you? It's okay? You like that? Maybe you like to give it, how do you call this? Overhand shuffle, that's right. Or even, Victoria, a multiple cut. Now, it's clear, it can't be on top. Can't be, well, I would be lucky with the Joker because I said that's just any card, but it's not. Now, here is, what's your name, sir? Nick. Nick, here is what we do. I'm going to ask you, do you want this card to be your card? And if you say yes, this is going to be your card. If you don't, we're going to discard it. Say, do you want this card to be this card? You say yes, it's going to be. If you say it's no, it's okay. So do you want this card to be your card?
No.
No. So you're going to discard it, okay? No, don't want it. Do you want this card to be this card?
No.
No. So we go, Victoria, we discard it. It goes out. Do you want this card to be this card?
Yes.
Already?
Yes.
Normally you have to wait to the 7th card, Okay, look, I don't want to touch that. Would you just, well, maybe I hand it to you because so you don't come into the camera. Would you take the card here? What was the card?
4 spades.
4 spades. Now, the reason I'm doing is, let's just say shed a little light on false deals. There's a big chapter, a whole thing. Again, it's another 3-hour lecture, which we won't give here, but just say a few things. And Mandy, can I ask you to get the video ready, which I brought just a minute or so to show you. When we're going to talk about, I'll explain the control in just a second, and the second deal. Now, the second deal, there are two, as you know, there are two great, big categories for second deals. There's the strike second deal, which is a little bit this grip, and you go like this. And there is the push-off, which is more that kind. Now, I'm going to say something many will not agree with. That's why I'm backing myself up with an authority, who is Di Vernon. And I will say, especially to those who want, the younger ones who are about to learn a second deal, don't waste time with the
strike?
The strike second deal, yes. Don't waste time with the strike second deal. This is a way of handling cards which is only used in very specific situations. It's used in gambling contexts, if at all, but there especially. But for normal people, for lay people, the way to handle cards is just pushing them off and taking them. And that's what Vernon dubbed, well, I'm going to little details, the new theory second deal. And can we just have the film? It's a lecturing, Vernon lecturing, I think it was in France. So there's a French translation, and where he says something about the difference between a strike and a push-off second deal. Can we get that? There you are. Yeah. So the resolution is not very good.
No, you know, people who, I have to laugh when people like this, they sit many times. People sit like this and they do this.
Quelquefois, des tas de gens font la
You know,
15 secondes comme ça.
what are they trying to do? I mean, you know, they don't, it doesn't convince anybody.
Ça ne convainc personne.
I don't care if they
de
practice for
faire
100 years.
la donne en seconde comme ça.
They've got to do it in a natural way.
Il faut le faire d'une manière naturelle.
And you've got to use the right time and the place. If you want to take a card like this,
et le bon moment pour la faire.
you just take it slow, take it nice and slow like that. You don't do anything fast.
Ne faites rien.
You do it nice and slow.
Allez lentement.
Or you can take it this
Ou bien
way.
vous pouvez la prendre comme ça.
But
si
you
vous
don't. When you take a card off, look, you just lay it slow. You don't
C'est
go.
pas la peine d'aller vite. Vous pouvez le faire très lentement.
In the same way with a bottom deal.
Okay, thank you. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you. So I'm very happy that the great authority, as Vernon says, the strike second deal is really something which it looks just funny. You know, it just looks funny. I've always thought so, especially for Europeans. It looks very funny. Nobody ever deals cards like that. You know, but I admit they do use that in American casinos, maybe in others as well. But for us magicians, it's not. So I did this trick, which is carded number, and it's not published in this way. I put it in my Confidences book. If you have confidence, it's an essay on Erdnase. And when I come to the section on second dealing, I will discuss Vernon's new theory second deal. And so just a technique. The new theory second deal starts with a card push. So it's not a second deal which is used continuously from a dealing position. I have this described in card college, you know, doing consecutive push-off second deals. But it's a second deal which uses I have adapted to what I call a semi-straddle position. You know, this is the dealing position, this is a straddle position, and just recently I found a term for that position, which I call a semi-straddle position. I found this when we play cards at home, I would often deal the cards like that, you know. I wouldn't hold them like this, like we do in Magic, so often like that, just practical. So this semi-straddle position is a very good position for many things. And I found it's very good for this type of second deal. So the top card is pushed over, and then when the right hand comes to take the card, the thumb is flattened. That is, the thumb pushes over the top card even a bit further, and automatically it contacts the top card of the balance of the deck. And then you can easily take out the second card. And what you do is you also push back the top card. This is already in card college. You go look like this. You push the back, and you go like that. So you can do this in a sale deal, you know, or if you want to do it as Vernon does it here in a stud deal, it's better to use the dealing position, because you need to come from the back here and do this. So to do it in the semi-straddle position, the little finger would not help. Yeah, would disturb. Yeah. Now, what is very clever in this handling of the second deal, which is Vernon's, I insist, and you can find it when he discusses the second deal in the Revelation tapes, you know, the 17 tapes which were redone, I think 2 or 3 years ago, by L&L Publishing in a box, commemorative box. It has like 2 audio lectures and 3 DVD lectures. I highly recommend that. I mean, it takes patience, and you must really look and take your time and take maybe a week to don't watch more than like half an hour on one piece, because there are sometimes those segments, there's a lot of talk and suddenly comes something very interesting. You know, it's full of wisdom. And that's where he says, the second deal, where you push out the card and you ask a spectator, would you like this card, or and then you discard it. Which I think is fantastic, because rather than saying name a number and then second dealing to the number, right? But all the heat is on that. You say, do you want the card? And you discard it, and then you do the second deal on the discard. And there's a very nice cover, whether you use the conventional second deal like this, or whether you use the Elliott grip. It's more the thing, you go like this, and the cards are taken. It doesn't matter, you either grip it like that, or you grip it like so. So the timing is, you push it out, you ask a spectator if he wants it. If he says no, in that movement, you push off the next card, you pull it back, you grab it like this or like that, you deal it, and now, the moment you deal it, the card comes not square like that, it comes square in the bevel deck. That's important, square in the bevel deck. This has the advantage, when you go back like this, you go back with a very open hand, you say, would you like this card? And you can even do this, which is the sign, body language for honesty. You know. Then you go like back like this, you do the second deal here, go back, and as soon as the spectator says stop, you don't have to do the second. It's there, and he can take it. And that's very deceptive, I think. I mean, that's... Did I fool some of you? Did it fool some of you? Good. Everybody's nodding. Not all, but most is nodding. Okay. Now for the control. The control I used is another very efficient control for stand-up, because you don't have to go to the audience. So in a way, I have the audience say stop, whether I riffle, I dribble, it doesn't really matter. I clearly cut, I look away, show the top card, put it back, take a bunch of cards, and do a side shuffle, like so. And then, when squaring them, I pull down, to exaggerate here, pull down, get a break, immediately cut all the cards above, do another side shuffle. And it's a very convincing, very practical way, and it's on top. Okay? So you go, side shuffle. Well, let me turn it first. Yeah. Now, take a break by pulling down, cut, side shuffle. Very deceptive, very deceptive. I use this all, and I must tell you, this is the first time I think I explained this for magicians, because it's one of my magician fooler controls. Although it's mechanical, it's so simple, it somehow deceives. Okay, so that's on false deals, divergence, new theory, second deal, the card at number. Let's do something else. Let's see how the cards. How are your decks here? Are they all warped like that? Let me try. Okay, let me get rid of that. Okay. Now, another chapter. I hope interesting technical category. A little story. We're going to use a little crime fiction happening in an anonymous big city in some part of an anonymous country. Maybe Columbus, Ohio, we don't know. And we have 2 detectives. Here's Johnny and his partner, Jackie, Johnny and Jackie, the one-eyed brothers. Johnny and Jackie, the one-eyed brothers, because you can see they only have one eye. And they work together. Sometimes they work together, so they look at each other. Sometimes they get mad at each other, and they look in different directions. Why not? So let's try to establish a little situation. We are, let's take a neighborhood from the big city, and construct a skyscraper. Here it is, a skyscraper with 2 stories. And we have a burglary. A burglary take place in the upper story, yes, the upper floor. So a skyscraper with 2 floors, yes. So we have and I will ask you to say stop, and that's the apartment we will have the burglary happen. So you say stop whenever you like. Stop. Now look at the face of the criminal. Can you see can maybe the camera can see it? Can the camera see the? Yes. Yes. And of course, as soon as the burglars take place, look, he vanishes. Look, you can see he vanishes in the middle, in the dark of the city, and is lost. And of course, we don't know where they are. That's when our 2, Johnny and Jackie, the one-eyed brothers, come into play, because they are going to try to capture the criminal. Now here's what they do. First of all, they need to eliminate a few, to have a selection of suspects. So here's what they do. They start over here, and this one goes on one side, and this one goes, now you can see they look at each other first, and then on the other side. So they look and go in 2 directions. So you can say stop whenever you like when this slides over here. Stop here. So I put this in here, and this one goes on this side, and you say stop. Stop here. So I go in here. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Select it by yourself. Let's see if they were lucky. But I'm going to put these aside. Jack goes here. Let's go and put this. So this is your group of suspects. So did you see the face of the criminal? Is he in the group of suspects?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Now they have a clue. They know it's here, and what they start the chase. Actually, the chase starts cut. It's a fast chase. Yes. And you cut to finish. It's an incredible chase. Yes. And you go another cut. There you are. And let's stop. Let's see. Let's see where they got. They must have. No. Look at that. They have not captured anybody. Bad luck. Until they remembered a most important criminalistic principle. It's almost an axiom. It says the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Is that the way you say it in English? Okay, so they had this wonderful idea. They reconstructed the scene of the crime. Look, they tried to reconstruct the scene of the crime, which is, they were actually from Swiss descendants, so they had very precise, they were architects. It's terrible. We're having, yes, this is a handmade construction. The thing is that the temperature is so bad that we really have, but look, we managed to take, with a little delay in construction, which is usually the case, Whenever construction starts, they say, we are ready in 3 months, and it takes 5. I only wanted to demonstrate that in all the countries it's the same. Good. But now we have, look, we have the 2-floor skyscrapers rebuilt, and that is the key to success. And if it's true, look. They have indeed captured somebody. Loud and in a clear voice. What was the face of the criminal you saw?
The 4 of spades.
The 4 of spades. And it's exactly the 4 of spades.
I'm going to keep applauding because I can't believe that you attempted and successfully did a Pharaoh trick after 3 hours and 45 minutes
Ah.
in this weather.
In this weather, yes. I tell you, I would not have done the trick if I had not, because I want to say a few things about Pharaoh shufflers, and I want to, since the conditions are they're really terrible. All cards here are warping. You say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason I want to do this is a trick from Card College Volume 3, which has a great chapter, I think, and many confirm it, on shuffles, the riffle shuffle, and on the Pharaoh shuffle. And who's done that trick? I'm sure a few people you did this trick. It's a wonderful trick. And at that time, it was given to me by Richard Faulber, a very good friend from me from Strasbourg in France, who has many clever ideas and keeps popping up in my books. So thank you very much, Richard, for all the things you have taught me in these years. And this is another very smart idea of his to do this trick. Now, in spite of the difficulties we have with cards, I still insist on teaching this because there are two, I would really call them improvements to this trick as opposed to the version which is printed in Card College. Now, one of them is you start with the straddle Pharaoh. We need that's another thing. We need a straddle Pharaoh, and we are using the properties of the straddle Pharaoh. And for this, normally you would use a deck which has an odd number of cards. So you need to have the joker in it to be 53, or you have to take one card out. Now, this version does away with it. It doesn't matter even if you can do with an incomplete deck. So that's number one. Second, you don't have to struggle for your first Pharaoh, because under the guise of saying we're taking a neighborhood, you take just less than half the deck, and Pharaoh it into the other part, and you're really going to take less, and just Pharaoh it somewhere into the other part. So you don't have to see which one is the bigger part. You know, in a straddle, normally you have one card more in the other part. You just Pharaoh it like in a partial Pharaoh inside, and you extract and you discard the rest. This is a straddle Pharaoh, which means that a card is on top and another card is on top, and the rest is in between. So the lower half would straddle the upper part. That's why it's called a straddle part. And what this does is, if we do a peak control at this point, I riffle the cards and I open the right side and pick up a break, a little finger break. Let's take the 5 of hearts. Okay, that's right. If I extract all these cards, the upper cards, which I can fan if I like, replace them on top and capture the break, the selected card is now exactly in the middle. So it's a mathematical, topological mathematical principle that is the basis of this particular trick. And it's just a wonderful thing. You know, the only thing you have to do is the straddle Pharaoh, and I'm just going to show afterwards, for those who do not yet do it, how you can learn it in a very short time. Now, to come back, so that's circumventing the first big disadvantage that the trick had, that you had to do it. Then the second thing was you had to reverse count, remember, the central portion. So, and also how do you justify selecting the portion? So this idea with the jacks that look into different directions is very nice, because it allows you to start in the middle and start this side and start this side, regardless how soon or how late they say stop. The card will guaranteed always be in the middle, since we know it's there. You know, it has to be one of these cards probably here. So the jacks are inserted here, they are inserted here, and here's what you do. You separate, and that's Richard's idea, I believe. Separate that, take the first jack, put it on top of that part, push the suspects. You say, this is the suspect portion of the population of the city. You know, you can make this into a bigger story than I did now. Don't make it too big, though. A story must never kill the effect. But it can be a little bit bigger than I did now. Put that on top and drop the rest on top. And now, if we put that part on top of all, the cards are exactly at the distance which is half the cards which are face down. Well, normally it would be 26 if you had the whole deck, right? But since we don't know how many we have, we don't care. We have it at the mathematically correct position to get between the two jacks if we execute the faro. There we are. And of course, instead of reverse counting, I can just show them. So it was the 5 of hearts. So we have it here, right? So I do this chase thing, of course, which is nice because it gives a little bit the impression that the deck is being shuffled. You know, lay people often mistake cutting for shuffling. Anyway, and those are part of the story. And as you can see, every movement or every action, every technical action which is necessary is justified by the story. And that's very important. That's the same thing I've said several times before in other tricks, that the plot is not just a dramatic thing. It's not just important for the dramatic construction of the trick. It's also very important to justify procedures. Yeah. And so now the wonderful idea of reconstructing, you know, they come back to the scene of the crime. So you do another straddle. Now with the straddle faro, the good thing is you have a tolerance of one card. It doesn't matter whether this or that one is the bigger part. When you bring them together, you can see that the cards are really terrible now. Now you can immediately see that this is the bigger part, so you can do an out faro. It almost doesn't work here now. There you are. So it's here. And if you reveal the cards in between, it should be the 5 of hearts. There you are. So I think it's a wonderful little trick. It's good to practice the faro shuffle. And it's used in a very deceptive way. And every faro action is justified by some portion of the story. Yeah. So that's the message I wanted to bring across in this one, plus the improvements. Now let me say a few things about how to practice the faro. Actually, the good thing about the faro is that you rarely will need a so-called perfect faro shuffle. What you most of the time will need, and you can do in many applications, is a partial faro, which means that only a part of the deck needs to be shuffled into the other one in a perfect order. And that's very easy to do. It's really, you can learn this in a few minutes. You don't believe me? Try. Take your cards into your hand. Here's what you do. First of all, you must make sure that you have got good cards. So if you have this warped condition, it's not very good. But it will still work if the cards themselves are good. Now, there are the two ways you can have the cards cut, depending on how the card manufacturer cuts them. You can cut them like this, or you can cut them like that. Or if they are like that, they are cut like that. Which means that if you take a new deck and you bevel them, you can feel, you bevel them like that, and you feel with your thumb, you bevel them like that, and you feel with your thumb. Almost every deck will feel very smooth on one side and very rough on the other side. Now you want to do the faro shuffle from the side which is smooth. Now there's been a new movement that cuts the cards bottom up to do better tabled faros, but you know, really, I don't know how many people in the world are doing card tricks or doing tabled faros. Really, my preference still is decks which are cut from up down. Can I have your deck? So for instance here. So you have one which is cut from bottom up. Which is that? Which is that? This, whatever. They got, yeah. Wow, that's funny. So you can get around this because they will faro better from the bottom up, right? You do bottom up. This was a bottom up faro shuffle. You got it. Instead, when you try it from top down, you have more difficulties. So you can take a piece of cardboard, which I don't have now, but let's say this was a piece of cardboard. You bevel the card. This is the kind of thing, it's in my secret agenda. You go like this, and you go like this on the cardboard, and then you can smooth down the edges of the deck, and you will get a deck that faros in both directions. Okay? So let's go back here. This is wonderful. And the reason I think it's better to have it, because there are many faro tricks that have a small setup, which is usually on top. And you only need these cards to be interlaced. And the mistake in a faro occurs most often at the end of the run and not at the beginning. So if you're doing a bottom-up faro, you will get the mistake in your setup. Whereas if you do a top-down faro, you can still have, let's say you go like this, and you have, let's say you have a mistake like here. There's a mistake at the bottom. You couldn't care less because your setup is already alternated. That's very good if you need to have, like in stop tricks, it's a very good stop trick in Card College, Volume 3, where you have the eights and the nines that need to be interlaced. You just do a partial faro. Another very good trick is the 26 card locate. Whose deck is that now? Are we? Getting confused now with decks here. The 26 card location, for instance, where you have the key card at the 26th position. So how do you get the card at the 26th position? The faro is an excellent version. Let's say you look at the top card, you shuffle, in this case you shuffle 6 cards on top, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, in jog, go. Now our 7 is, what was it? The 8 of clubs is 7th from the top. Now in a faro you can either have, if you are like that, and you do that, you have an out faro, the top card stays on top, or the top card becomes the second card from the top. So you have an in faro. If you do an in faro, if you put a card between each one, then the card at position 7 will go to position to the twice that position, right? So if I'm here, so it's x times 2. If I do an out faro, it will go to a position less. So it's 2x minus 1. So if I have 7 here, and I do, let's say I do an out faro, which I can do by doing this. So it's technically it's an out faro. Now it's 2 times 7 is 14, minus 1 is 13. Yes? It was very quick, I got to 13. I do another one, I cut at least 13 cards, do another partial faro. Now it's 2 times 13 minus 1, 25, correct? So now if I double cut one card on top, I have the 8 of clubs at position 26, right? So, and that of course is very useful if you need any card to be at any position. For self-working tricks, sometimes it's of course it's not self-working to do a faro then, but since you're doing a partial faro, it's very easy. So the partial faro, you take a smaller portion and wave it into the other portion. It doesn't matter where it goes. That's the beauty of that. You just have a little angle. I will explain a little angle like that, and you do an up and down movement. And this is exaggerated. You do this on a microscopic level. You go like this, and you just go up and down, and you get the cards in. So can we see that? So let me do this again. You go like this. You butt them. You have a forefinger here. You have the little finger here. You really square them well. Your forefinger pushes down a little bit. And now look at a square, like here. And just go a little bit back and forth, back and forth. It's almost invisible, the motion. And they go into each other. It's almost self-working. So you need the good cards to do that, of course. And and to have both packets squared very well. Forefinger on top, little finger there, a little angle, and a back and forth sawing action. It's like a little sawing action. Okay? So, and that will resolve, and there's many tricks you can do without having to do a perfect faro shuffle. Just to get a setup or to get a specific card to shuttle to another position. There's many implications. Expert card technique, a nice chapter. Matt Marlowe has written on it. Paul Swinford has written on it. Card College has a whole chapter on it. So you just enter faro, shuffle. In Dennis Baer archives, you get the whole bibliography as at least an important part of the bibliography. So it's very interesting. Good. Well, How many hours have we got?
Well, we're at 4 solid right now.
We are 4 hours.
And
Whoa.
I'll tell you what.
We have a lot of questions?
We have a couple questions, but first, before we get to anything else, some exciting news has come in. Zan has revised his calculation. It's now 34.61%. Because he forgot to correct for the fact that on the second cut, you already have missed the first 2. But I also want to revise that further, Zan. I think that your third factors are going to be identical to your second factors, so you might want to rethink that. Okay, so what I'd like to see, Roberto...
I tend to agree.
what I'd love to see,
well,
before we all get too punchy, is that you promised to show us the trick that Vernon said
was the best trick. Oh, that's good.
Right?
Right? Yeah, well, let's try to see if we can do this with the... Okay, here is in Chronicles, Vernon Chronicles 2 or 3, I got 1, 2 or 3. They're equally good, anyway. Louis Ganson, I mean, that's not the book, that's the book written by Stephen Minch. But Stephen Minch recounts a story of Louis Ganson asking the professor, he said, "Professor, what do you consider the best trick for lay people?" And he immediately answered, "Matching the cards." So matching the cards, a trick which you find the first time described, if I remember well, in the Inner Secrets trilogy by Louis Ganson. Inner Secrets of Card Magic, I think, or the second or third, one of the 3. You go there, just enter into your search engine, Matching the Cards by Dai Vernon, and you immediately find, or go to Dennis Baer Archives. Now, I had published a version that discussing with Johnny Thompson, who also told me a few things about Vernon and a few others. I'm going to show you what I came up with for a certain problem that this trick has. This trick has a specific problem, and so that it can be done impromptu. Because it has a, if you've ever done matching the cards, you know, it's a simple but not so easy to obtain setup. Okay, so let me start. Let me show you a very special piece of magic. I hope the cards are all here. And it's not going to be the counting trick, you know, from your grandfather. No, nothing like that. It's going to be a very special trick. I'm going to shuffle. Let's shuffle the cards. And I'm going to, let me see. I'm going to take one prediction card. One card which will set the destiny of the rest of what's going to happen here. Let me see, I'm going to take, I think. No, let's do different. Victoria, you, the only lady among us we have here, the only lady, thank you very, very much for coming. You will decide which one will be the card of fate. Yes, Franz, yes. So please say stop whenever you please. Stop here. A little bit late, good, I say that. Would you like to take this card or that card? The bottom card, this one? So I'm going to put it over here. It's going to be the card of fate. Now here's the idea. I have no idea which card you select as the card of fate, but by intuition I will try to find a card of the same value. I think, yes, look at that. Yes. So I'm going to put this, this is supposed to be, you know, the same value. It's supposed to be. Now we're going to try to, and this is your card you have decided upon. I'm going to cut, look. And I hope that it will be the same. Oh, look, it's not right. Right. Very good. Let's try. There's another. I will hope another one. I'm going to shuffle the cards, and you say stop. And whenever you say stop, we are going to take. Of course, depending on where you say stop, it's always going to be another card, right? It's going to be another card. So say stop whenever you please. Stop here. It's not right. 3/8. Of course, it had to be that way because this, of course, is also the card of destiny, which has to be. Wait, I'm a magician. Of course, I just do a magic moment, and I'm just going to change it into it. I will challenge myself and do it even more difficult. Go like this, look, and you go like this. All kings have changed. So, okay, so yes, so this is the trick, and it's very interesting that this plot, not in all its subtleties, of course, but its plot can already be found 1584 in Scott's discovery of witchcraft using the glide in a special handling. So, and that's already there. Now, this is, of course, a refined version. And believe me, for lay people, this is an excellent trick. For us, it's not, you know, it's maybe not as spectacular because there's so much apparently spectacular magic around now. But for a lay person, it has all the ingredients that is necessary for a good and memorable trick, you know. There is the failure, there is the prediction element, there is the change of not just one card, of several, there is the conflict, which is resolved in a very elegant way. There are many elements. You could talk an hour about this trick, which I will not do. I simply discuss a few things, how to do this impromptu, for instance. See, because the setup you need, and that's what keeps many people apparently from doing it, is you need a pair on top, a pair on the bottom, and this triple set in the middle. Now, how do you obtain that? Of course, you can start, and actually Vernon did start with this trick very often as his opener. So it's a good trick. But here is an idea I had, and I showed this to Johnny Thompson, one of my dear mentors, and he was very enthusiastic about it, of course, made me very happy. And I show it to you. And here's how it starts. The deck, let's start with a deck, it's shuffled. Let's assume shuffled. We've done anything. Deck has been cut. Let me just get a drink here. Now, we do a trick in between. That is, I ask the audience, which one is your favorite four of a kind? And as I say that, I obtain a break on the top card. Not going here out. I take a break, and then I do the Tenkai move, which is, in turning it over, I can see the index. I see it's a 10. And let's assume the audience says the kings or the queens or the jacks. I try to get some contrast card. Now I say, let's say the kings. I sort the first king out. When I come to the first 10, I cull it beneath the spread. I get to the second king, I continue. I get to the third king, I continue.
You continue to call or just push?
Yeah, no, well, I continue the spread.
You're calling all of them?
Yes. Okay. Now I call a second card, which is the second 10. You know? Click on it. Continue, continue, continue. I get the fourth king. If I get the fourth king before I get to the second 10, I simply continue and say, and I hope there is no joker in it. No, there isn't. You know. So at the end of that, I have now 3 10s on top, and the 4 kings are out. I put those aside, and I do a little trick using the 4 cards. So a good trick to do is twisting the aces. Jacob Daly's last trick in Ascanio's variation, I recommend. Look at the second book of that Jesus Echeverri wrote about the magic of Ascanio. Is the world's best handling of Dr. Jacob Daly's last trick. And which we won't do now for reasons of time. And when it's finished, you get a big applause. Just put the 4 on top and false shuffle, retaining top stock. Now, if you want to further delay the stock, you can do some other trick. Something I like to do is to say, stop, can you see the card? Yes. I will try to read your mind. Can I, like this? Look, I'm going to turn over. What was the card? 8 of clubs, correct? There you are. Okay, something like that. Whatever doesn't disturb that's in Card College Volume 3. It's called the Master Grip. Very good trick. Anyway, we end up with the 4 kings and the 3. Now, with one little subterfuge plus a shuffle I came up with, in one single shuffle we are going to obtain the necessary setup. Oh. The first idea is by, again, Di Vernon himself, because a match made in Cincinnati, which I did not like as a trick, I must say, the way that is a version to get into the setup with a deck which is, I think, a new deck order, which is then 4x4. So here is what he did. He would use the dealing of cards to the table in order to replace a pharaoh. So you're doing an anti-pharaoh. So that's exactly what I'm doing here, under the guise of saying, no, it's not going to be your grandfather's trick where, you start dealing cards, it's never ending. No, no. That's it. And now I resemble from right to left. Easy to remember. You deal from left to right, and then where you stop the last, you gather up. And now, so that's very easy. Now this is so to speak the premise. Now comes a very simple shuffle. Sounds complicated, it's extremely simple. Uses the lift shuffle. Yes, the lift shuffle, which is I peel 1 and 2, lift them behind, right? I lift them, peel 1 and 2, drop about half, drop all except the last 2 and put them on top. Just one single shuffle. So it's 1, 2, lift, 1, 2, half, half, drop. Very simple. And now, if you do that, you have a pair here, a pair here, and in the center are the 2 kings with a card. Very easy. You look at the tape again, you will find it's no need to explain it. So that's the impromptu way of getting into it. I think it's very practical. It's very elegant. You get there. Now comes the next thing. And this is now, I published this in Genie years ago in one of my columns. Very few people are doing the trick, and that's a real pity. Now, without any preparation, you're going to find the spot between the 2 kings. And here's how Vernon used to do it, apparently, like that. You say, well, let me make a prediction. And now you riffle up, about whereabouts the 2 kings are, 2 kings. So you riffle, and when you hit the first king, which normally you release because you're riffling, you just stop on the next king, and you keep a break. And from here you can do a riffle force. Card College Volume 2. Do riffle force. And what is fantastic here is that you can say, would you write this card or rather that card? They're both kings. It doesn't matter. So let's assume we take that card. If you square them up, keep the break. Now we're going to find the mates, apparently, we're doing a mistake, in 3 different ways. The first way is spreading the cards up to the break, turning over the 10, and then turning it back and dealing it, you switch it for the king, which is on top of it. Now, the 2 things, it's this switch, I can't remember, is it Henry Chris? No, I can't remember. So, there are 2 subtleties I'm using here. First is the actus interruptus idea. That is, when I turn them over and start to deal them, I say, and remember, so that means that this card is also a 10. So I go back, I interrupt you, and now I do this. And rather than adding the card directly on top, I add it diagonally forward. That is, this card is held by just the tip of these 4 fingers. So it's almost falling off, right? It's almost falling off. Let's keep this. I turn this over, and now instead of putting it square, I put it like this, which sort of covers this fraction of a second, which will be necessary if you really did it. You have that, and if you're doing the slide, you have that. Yeah. You can really burn it. And now, nice thing, you can square, and now we have a pair on top, and we have a pair on bottom. Now here I do my actus interruptus cut, where I say, I'm going to cut exactly to the card. I replace, keep the break, and now I do a nice cut. And now I use the preparation for a double lift I explained at the beginning. I push this off, point to that card, put it back, make a gesture, like push it forward, or look at this one, do something, and now I can double lift and I get the second 10. So that goes over here with the first one. And now comes the Hindu shuffle force. With a little subtlety, I think that's in volume 1 or 2 of Card College. I pull out the bottom cards first and shuffle and say, when you stop me, we're going to look at the card. I look up and pull out a few cards from the bottom, continue and say, so each time it will be a different card, right? Huh? So it's much better than starting just right away and say stop, right? So it's the same Hindu shuffle for everybody knows, but a little subtlety, okay? So whenever a spectator says stop, I'm here. Now, there are different ways of going from here. You can, of course, get the card here and do the glide, which is perfectly good. A glide is still a very underused move. If you go into the glide correctly, it's a beautiful slide. Or you can do what I did here, which is a sort of a simplified second deal. There's nobody's watching closely here anyway, because you hit it the third time. It's clear that you got it. And you can also really do the Vernon new theory second deal. You can really push the top card over. You see that? Over and expose the second card, because they don't know that the kings are going to come. It doesn't mean a thing to them. So you can really flash the king. And when you go that way, go this way, and just take the second card. It's really very, very easy. I mean, so you got the king, and that goes immediately here. And then comes, of course, the structure of the climax, which is very important. Now, in this instance, I'm not turning the card towards myself, because it's a mistake. So I'm turning it towards the audience. So the audience first get this, he failed. Oh, he failed, depending whether they like you or not. You know? Anyway, it's an interesting emotion, and it has been said that sucker tricks are bad to do for the audience. I think that's not the whole truth. If you do bad sucker tricks, not done well, are bad. That's true. But anything not well done is bad. You know, the sucker trick, as we call it, and I think it's a terrible term, but we have come, you know, we have this term now. Of course, it's not that the audience is a sucker or you are a sucker. It's something totally different. It's about a conflict taking place. Something which is supposed to turn out in a way turns out in another way. That's a very interesting thing. That's something that happens all the time in life, right? You expect something, now something else happens. Now you would like to be able to do magic to correct that. That's part of the power of magic. We can sort of, you know, change things which cannot be changed in life. That's a subtext here, which is very powerful, very symbolic, very clear. And so I think if you do this correctly, if you understand it correctly, if you interpret it correctly, a sucker trick, once in a while, of course, is a very good thing. You know, it's a very good thing. So here, okay, you fail, and now, very nice, you don't go like this and transform them. The good thing, you first try to transform this one. So it's a sort of failure within the failure, which is, it's nice. I think it feels nice. You don't have to analyze it. If you witness it as a spectator, it's good. And then the triumph of the magician and the surprise, and everybody is very happy that with the power the magician has in the theater of the magician, this turned out, and it's a multiple transformation. That's why it's so strong, you know. And I occasionally thought, you know, at some point I thought you could go like this and take 1, 2, 3. But now I think it's much better to do it in one piece, you know, to go like, boom, immediately go like this, I go like that. I think.
Yeah.
Good. Go. Well, there you are. I think we'll wrap it up here. Thank you very well. We've done 4.5 hours. That's not so bad.
I thought it was perfect. You were working at a breakneck pace. Let's give Roberto Giobbi another big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Covering an amazing amount of material. And Roberto, if you don't mind, come on over here and talk with me, and we'll just tie up some loose ends of,
Let's go over there.
Of the questions that have come in.
Let me take a few cards just in case we get.
I'm not going to make you do
question.
anything else.
And I have
You've already worked.
my Jamaica rum here.
Yeah.
Maybe do we need a mat here? Maybe we
well,
never know. We don't know.
We're just going to talk.
Maybe we do or we may not.
You might have to.
Depends
Depends
on the questions we get.
Yeah, you might have to do something, but let's.
We don't know.
We're going to find out.
Can I?
Yeah, sure.
use
Let me
your-
get that out of the way. Yep.
Is that in the way here in the camera? No.
I think we're fine.
That's okay.
Okay.
Good. Let's see.
We've got the final result, by the way.
What's the final result?
Final result.
Oh, final result.
With my
the
correction.
Math.
The math.
The math.
The math. The chances of hitting, one
Yes.
of your.
So
one of your
it's
four
always the same
possibilities.
guy.
He's been working on it for us.
Yes,
Yeah.
but mathematics is a precise science.
It
Why
is.
does he keep changing the results?
Because it at first when he did it, he forgot. I believe I'm speaking on his behalf because he's not here. That when you look at the top and bottom cards, if they're not right, well, the second time you're only dealing with 50 cards because you've already eliminated the top and bottom
Yes.
cards. So that is something that has to be factored into it. And then on the third one, I believe that he was in error here because he was eliminating something that didn't need to be eliminated for the third one. He can double check it, but I believe he's correct now that the second instance and the third instance are the same.
Yes.
You're still eliminating the top and the bottom cards because they're not correct, so you have to go for the third one. So it's going to be exactly the same factors that you used in the second instance, and that gives us a result
Of?
40.03%.
That's not bad.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Come on. Nobody. Be honest. You're only applauding because my voice went up. You don't really care. But now you can tell people it's 40%. And forget about that 0.03, and that will drive him crazy.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, it's a good idea, I think, to have the techniques on one side and to have also 4 different or more, or less or more, solutions. That's a nice synergy, which makes a good solution for the trick that cannot be explained.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so let's talk about this. What is your favorite plot in all of card magic?
Plot.
The plot, the premise, the what is it? Is it card at any number? Is it oil and water?
Yes.
What do you like the best?
It reminds me of George Bernard Shaw when he was asked if the ship sinks and you can save only one book to the proverbial island. He said, if I could save only one book, I prefer to go down with the ship.
Yeah, right.
So that's that.
So
really,
you can't.
I don't think there is a best plot. I mean, it depends whether it's a inherent plot, which I call an inherent plot in the of the effect, or a given plot, which is a presentational plot.
Right.
So yeah, it's very hard. I think that losing a card and finding it again is a great plot. Maybe it's that plot that can be varied most. If you in card Secret Agenda, I had a list, of the basic plots in card. I would have to look it up myself. I think it's over 40, 45 different basic plots, and within these basic plots, there are the great classic tricks.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's a sort of taxonomy.
From what I'm getting from your answer is that you love the versatility of
that's the great thing about a deck of cards, It has been said that it's like a piano, and that's certainly true. It's a good analogy. Every instrument in music is a wonderful instrument if you play it well, but there is no other instrument like the piano where you can play classic music, you can rock or pop, and chanson, anything, and even stand on its own. Yeah. Whereas most other instruments need the orchestra, or there is a limited amount of things. Now, this is also true of the props, which I like to call instruments. in magic. Instruments are coins and ropes, you know, and slates and dice and whatever. Everything we use, if it's handled by a master, it becomes an instrument. It's no longer a prop. So I think the deck of cards is that prop which allows the greatest diversity, not only in plots and effects, and also in presentations. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Now, have you ever worked with other magic besides card magic?
Yeah. When I started at age 14, of course, I did boxes. I made all the boxes that were in the books. I did thimble magic. I had a manipulation act. I did card productions. I had an 8 billiard ball routine, of course. Yeah, I did a dancing cane. Yeah, I had like a 10, 12-minute manipulation act, which I did for several years. Then professionally, I make a living by doing talking magic. Yes, I do for mostly for companies, but for privates as well, for, you know, anywhere people gather and need to have some thing like what we do.
Right, sure.
And so, yeah, so my opening routine is a rope routine. We should do a lecture, Giobbi without cards.
Without
you know,
cards, yeah, right.
Like a Marlowe without cards, yeah.
No, I think it would be that would be fun because you have such a such an interesting and varied take on card magic, and you've spent so much of your time and career devoted to them that it would be interesting to see how much of your other things you know.
Well, I did the Bobo. I read, of course, when I was a youngster. There was fortunately no internet, no YouTube. There were no cheap airlines that, you know, should keep going everywhere and it keeps you busy. You were at home, you got Bobo. You spend every day like 2 or 3 hours reading Bobo. I did every trick. I mean, not for an audience, but for myself.
Sure.
And then I picked, and you know, and when the David Roth books came out, I did that, and I would do every trick in every book I picked up. That was my hobby, and you know, and later.
Yeah, we're not that different. I would do the same thing. Whenever I study anything, it doesn't matter what it is. I immerse myself completely. Well, yeah, absolutely. We don't want to get started on that because that's my constant thing on my mind right now. Well, okay. So because you have collected and quantified and worked with virtually everything having to do with cards, do you? We know that you brain mapped things, but do you database your routines? Do you have somewhere, like a title of the effect and what you're going to do with it in a presentation? Is there actual database that you can go back to for your own reference, or is this all up in your head?
Yes.
Both all of that.
I started. In a way, it was a natural for me. I had a fascination for understanding things and how they connect, and then that came very early, and a little later came through Ascanio, who just he identified things and named things and put them into order. That's the first time, and we didn't talk. He never used the word taxonomy in that. At that time, but he said you have to identify the problems, you have to name them, and you have to form groups and to recognize how they interact with each other. That will allow you to better solve problems. And, well, I think he's right, for me at least. And so, but my early systems were, of course, and I write in Secret Agenda about that, were qualifying tricks by writing into the book. Then I would have like cards, like file cards. Yes, where I didn't have the money to buy the expensive file cabinets. You know, there were file cabinets at that time. You had a needle, and every card had a rider with a hole.
Yeah, sure.
And then you had a taxonomy of, let's say, 12 criteria, and then you could when you put the needle through, only those come up, which you'd select. Yeah. So, but it was an expensive system. So I made this manually. So I made this gluing and thing, and I had this, and I recently found that I have 3 boxes like that. It must be like 1,000 cards like this. Then I started my notebooks. I talk about this in Secret Agenda as well, so we're not going to give the whole talk here. But then I have notebooks. That's also in order. And now, about a year and a half ago, I started with Evernote. So I have a talk on how to use magic in Evernote. I gave this at Escorial once, just for a specialized group. So we're not going to give it here. But Evernote, of course, allows cross-referencing, which is the problem if you do physical organization of or ordering of things in file cards. That's the thing,
Right,
you know.
right.
I have file cabinets and everything, but cross-reference is very different. Now in Evernote, you can put written messages, spoken messages, photos, clips. I have a scan software where I scan things rather than photocopying them, and you can put them in a note, and then you can attach tags to the note, which of course must come out of a taxonomy as well. You know, the simplest taxonomy, of course, is the instrument taxonomy. You say coins, cards, whatever is used, that is, the names. So you have Vernon, Tamariz, Anneman, Frank Lane, whatever. You put that. Then you have operational principles. I have 47 operational principle categories. So controls, forces, switch of a card, switch of a packet, etc. That's what Card College is based on, really. Yeah. So
now, is there any way?
Now, I can search.
Yeah, but is there?
Now
is
I can
there
say I
any
want
way-
card switches by Animan,
Sure.
and
sure.
I get the
Well,
five.
here's what
yeah.
I'm thinking. Okay, is there any way
That's what it
to then make that information available to other serious students of card magic?
I could send it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
If you know, because you've already taken all
Yeah,
of this time to
yeah.
quantify this information, which I think is remarkable. You know, and is there a way then you can like take the
Yes.
existing database, and if somebody has that program, then they can search just like what you have
Yes,
already.
I
right?
have not yet opened it. But I mean, there are various things. I mentioned Dennis Bear's archive before,
All right,
which
yeah,
has
that's great
he
stuff.
has like hundreds of books, and he has this catalog according to slides and effects, and you know he has his own taxonomy which he publishes there. We have a new thing we started. It's just about 2 months old now. It's called Conjuring Credits. That's about the historical base of a particular slide. So you can search, you go to Conjuring Credits. It's also handled by Dennis Bear, and that has the information of Max Maven and Stephen Minch and other friends who have helped. Bill Kalush has helped, Aurelio Paviato has helped, I myself have, etc. So if you say, oh, who did the silk wonder? Or you want to, where does the thumb tip come from? Or when is the first palm mentioned? Yeah. You go there, you put palm, and you get that. So that's at disposal. So part of my stuff is distributed in various databases, but my personal thing I have not yet made available.
I want to beta test it, but don't give it to me for another couple of years.
I do lectures. I prefer to do lectures. I do thematical lectures, you know.
Yeah.
I have now over 35 different lectures with subjects. So I prefer to say, what do you do with a half-forcing deck? And then I do a 2-hour lecture on that. And that I like.
Yeah.
Because it forces me
to go intricately into
Yeah.
the details,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I which
Well, it's a
I-
big subject.
I find
Another
fascinating.
question, another
But yeah,
question.
let's move on. Okay, you know, knowing all of this knowledge, knowing all of this, and having done all of this, do you find that when you go to various places like here, that everyone expects you to do everything perfectly? They expect, you know, they can ask any question out of the blue, and they expect you to just be able to do it.
No, but I don't know if I don't ask them, do you expect me to do perfect? But it depends on the situation, of course. I mean, if I'm in a lecture situation, sometimes it's just discussing the thing. So many things I can do. Some others, I at the moment, I can't do because I haven't practiced it at the moment. You know, I mean, I have thousands of slides, of course. And there are some categories of slides. You have to make an early decision whether you want to invest your time there or not. Let's say a middle deal is typical, or table faro shuffle. I mean, middle deal, you have to practice for several years, an hour a day. You know, and you just make this decision. You say, I want to do this, or I'm going to find another solution, and you're not going to do. So there are some categories of slides which I've decided I'm not. They would take like thousands of hours of my life. And I have a replacement for them, of course.
Yes, right.
I can solve the problem. It's only a tool, you know. A slide is a tool that solves a problem. So you have to, often we see just a slide, but what it is, here is the problem. And so you have to chunk up from the slide and see what problem does it solve. Then you chunk down again, and you find what are the tools, and you might even find that there are tools which are more interesting, or better, or more elegant than the original slide that solved the problem.
Yeah.
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 Does that
Oh,
make
no,
sense?
absolutely makes
Yes,
sense. Absolutely
yes.
does. Somebody did write in and ask which sleights you think are mandatory sleights to learn and which are optional. Now, did you cover that? I mean,
Card College Volume
that's
1
what I'm
and 2.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I think too.
Yeah.
I think you've pretty well covered that. If they don't own it, they should get it, and if they do own it, they got to go back to it, right? It's the kind of reference that you have to go back to from time to time.
But otherwise, it's the 5 I mentioned in the lecture. I said you need to be able to control a card, you need to be able to force a card, you need to be able to do a false shuffle on the false cut, you need to be able to palm a card, you need to be able to switch a card. Now, if you can do this, all the 5 things, I mean, the old time
With methods that work
Yeah.
for you in the
well, if you know the
situation
trick, of course, yes, there are methods, but you could just pick a trick and say, this is my trick, and now you find the method to go with it. You don't have to have 5 different false shuffles, although I think it's a good idea to have it, but you have a specific trick, you always do the same false shuffle, of course. Yes, for that trick. You
Yeah.
know, for that trick. Unless it's a fancy and unusual shuffle, then you have to vary it, because otherwise if you keep doing the fancy thing, people think, oh, that's the cause of the effect. But if you have an excellent overhand false shuffle or a riff false shuffle, then you can stay for it for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I find, I don't know about you, but I find it hard to actually shuffle a deck of cards anymore. I've practiced so many false shuffles, it's so much easier.
You get confused.
to
Yeah,
a
well,
false
it's
shuffle.
true,
Yeah.
it's true, it's true. You have to, yeah. That's why it's always, for me, in my opinion, it's a good idea to use always the same slide with the same trick. Now, although you can have 4 different palms, for that specific trick, I will always use that palm, with very, very few exceptions. You know, very few except I might exchange a top palm for a bottom palm. You know, if you're sitting there, I can't do a top palm from here.
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
So I
It's
need
so
to do
exposed.
it. Yeah, it's exposed.
Yeah.
So I do. Although I could by saying, "Oh, Dan, would you please?"
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
go
turning
like this.
in
You know.
and- right.
If it's one spectator, you do what you want. But if you have a group and you're here, and they would have to cut out communication with this part, you know, I'd rather go for a cup or for something, depending if I'm standing, sitting, and how I'm sitting. It's a difference to sit there. Here is again a different situation, or to sit at the bar. You know how you call them when you sit on a couch,
Like
or
a couch or something
Yeah,
small.
yeah.
Oh, like with a coffee table.
coffee table. Yeah,
yeah.
it's again a different situation. So when you sit, you have at least 3 different situations, at least.
Yeah, now
They're
you
not the
mentioned-
same.
You mentioned earlier that you have basically a top 10 tricks, of all time. Are those enumerated within Card College somewhere?
No.
No.
But I have
So
I have an essay in Genie.
Okay.
It's a column, and okay. If you're interested to have that list and you don't have Genie, you send me an email. Easy. I'm not going to tell you the email address. You're going to misspell it. Simply go to Google. Google, put Roberto Giobbi. You will get the first hit is normally my homepage, a very simple one. It has only my address there, and you just hit and you say you'd like to have the list of my 10 favorite tricks.
And do you say a little bit about each one?
Yes,
and why it
I
is?
comment. Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
great.
3-page essay, actually.
Terrific, because I will get that. I will
Yes,
actually
yes,
get that
yes.
essay as well. Somebody was asking specifically about the Peregrine Pass, or Peregrine. That's the spelling that they gave
The
me.
Peregrine Pass. I
Yeah.
have no idea what that is.
I don't either. I really don't know. So I guess we're not going to talk about that one.
No.
Sorry. About how many hours a day do you think that somebody should devote to this, or do you yourself devote to it, or do you recommend to somebody?
Okay, I myself devote the whole day to magic, but because it's my life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's my life, and it's not work. It's just I breathe it, and it's but if somebody now it depends. If you are when I was 14, that's a different situation than if you are 35, a married person with a family and 2 children, and a job. Yeah, I mean it's totally different. There's 2 opposed things. So I'm being asked this a lot, and there's a book. I can plug my book here. Ask Roberto. Yeah, ask Roberto. Yeah, just come out as a
questions
book.
that come up all the time.
Yeah, I have 52 questions, and of course that's one of the questions that came up. How should I manage my time? If I'm very busy and so on. So I think, as a rule, it's better to do it on a regular basis than doing just, a vacation of 3 weeks in a year and then do it the whole day or just do it the whole weekend. There are tricks around it, even if you are very busy. You can, for instance, get up 15 minutes. That's what Ascania used to do. He was a lawyer. Yeah? He always said he got an hour earlier, and he would practice magic. Then he would have breakfast, go to the office. Then when you come back, the first thing he would practice half an hour, and then maybe in the evening if you had time. But I think if you can do this every day, touch the instrument. Just touch you can always touch a deck of cards. Kant, the philosopher, said, the hand is the extension of the mind. And I say the deck or the instrument is the extension of the hand. And there is this trinity, the sacred trinity of the artist, of the mind, the hand, and the instrument. So you can, even if you're very busy, hold a deck of cards or a few coins every day in your hand and do a few things. And there's so many situations really that can be done.
Yeah.
And if possible, devote like 20 minutes a day. Or maybe every second day, half an hour, and once or twice a week, an hour. That would be nice. And you do this without a goal in a way. Just do it. And you do it during 10 years, which will go by anyway. And at the end, you can do some marvelous stuff, Of course, the youngsters nowadays, they want to print their business cards, they want to have shows, they spend like 50% of their time to get on Facebook and do marketing and all the stuff. Well, I say, spend the time and learning to do magic. The rest comes automatic.
Yeah, yeah, and I just find that if somebody really loves something, they're going to spend the time with it anyway. They're going to make the time for it. It's what they love,
Vernon used to say in this wonderful essay in the Die Vernon Book of Magic, says, you have to enjoy the practice part of magic, and if you don't enjoy that, you're probably doing the wrong thing, because they say, why do you enjoy magic if it's not because of the practice and thinking and bringing in and improving thing? Then it's just for the applause or for the, maybe for the money or to bring yourself in front of people and showing off your ego, which I think it's part of it, of course. The ego is always part, that this is a part of the drive, of the machine, of the motor, of course. Yeah. But it must not be, it's my opinion, the most important part.
Yeah, because ultimately the goal for most people is to get in front of others and show them what they've learned.
It's a way to express yourself, so that's correct. But now it depends why and how you want to express yourself. I think you have to have something to express. Otherwise, just to express yourself with something you know better than others is not a very good thing. But if you spend the time choosing things, practicing things, mastering an instrument, introducing ideas of your own, improving things, taking things away, putting them in, now you are putting yourself in front of the others, and there is this act of communication which is very unique. It's very unique. A painter doesn't have it. A writer doesn't have it. A pianist doesn't have it. This is very, very. Not even an actor has it. It's very, very specific to magic. Very, very specific to magic. And I think that's what makes magic so incredibly unique and incredibly complex and deep. Yeah.
Let me just wrap this up by asking you just one last thing. Can we expect any more video projects from you? Or can we suggest some?
Yes, you can suggest some.
Like doing the entire expert at the card table.
Yeah,
right?
we have at
we
least
talked about that?
three people who did the expert. The thing with we talked about last time, the sad thing about this, this lecture here is going to be watched now, of course, by those who paid it. Now, in a week, this is going to be watched by over 50% people who are watching a pirated version. I know of a guy, and I'm just saying now an example, there's a guy in France, he's watching now, and we know your name. He's putting that on Google, whatever it's called, Drive, and then he's sending the link to 500 friends.
Yeah, and just, for anybody that is doing that has spent this much time and learned this much stuff, look at how much actual effort has gone in to what you're getting for nothing. That just isn't right. There's a lot of effort that's gone into this.
It's like if somebody goes and works for a week, and at the end of the week, the boss says, "I'm not going to pay you."
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
I spent my time, by doing things that pay nothing. They don't pay. From the morning at 8 or 9 until midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning, I work on magic and I don't get anything. Then I do a show, maybe once a week. And then, of course, I get the salary, almost the salary, or a salary of a week.
That makes up for all of that.
Or
that
I write the book. Now, the book, of course, is the most stupid thing anybody could do if he wants to make money.
Yeah.
I just finished another book in German. We put like 1,600 hours into it, and at the end, my hour salary is about $4.50, which I think is, even in your country, is below the minimum wage
below,
allowed.
yes,
Yes. So the least you must do, if you have a book, 2 days after my last book came out, the 1st of July, 3 days later, I had a PDF. There's a guy who spent the whole evening copying with his iPhone every page and then sending it to all his friends. You don't do that.
And by the way, we're not paying you for tonight.
Yes.
So I just wanted to mention that.
see?
Just so that you're aware of it. No, come on. No, look, we're paying him, and you should pay him, and you should, it's just, it's the way it is. You are putting a huge amount of effort into this. This is your life that you're providing for people, and it is your experience, and it is your ethic to put it together in a way that they can understand and benefit from, and they will benefit from it, and that means they owe you, right? That's what it comes
Money
down to.
or a bottle of Opus One, or a box of cigars. We had a nice gentleman.
They owe everybody that's involved in the production
A car.
of really great things. Anyway,
Well,
that's.
Let's
They
end
already-
on a positive note.
That is a positive note. They already know that. Anybody that's getting it for free already knows that they owe something. So I just think that for right now, all of us here and all of you out there, right at this moment, owe this man a great big round of applause. Let's hear it once more for Roberto Giobbi for hanging out with us again, giving us another fantastic lecture. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for supporting Live Magic. We'll see you next time.